Hello. Oh, it's art. So beautiful. Oh, yeah. So Christmas has come, and it left $20 on the bedside table, and get yourself something nice. So how's everybody else? How was your Christmas? Okay, I can't do that to you guys anymore. All right. Oh, something less discordant for everybody. All right. Feels like I haven't done this in a week. So, as you may have noticed, it's much later than hello, Norman. I said hi in chat, but say hi, actually. Many of you know, it was 2 days ago. Hope everybody. Plenty of Christmas foods and let me get out of here. Hopefully nobody's too hungover from the last couple days. Boy, I know I am. Man. I had so many ideas for how I want to go. Yet, here we are doing what we always do. So, hey. Oh, man. Like we gotta go get right. Spelled brain correctly. That's cool. But I didn't put permanent Brian damage as the name of the stream. That would have made no sense. Unless Brian. Anyhow, here we are. That's what we got going on. Typing with one hand and not paying attention. Hi. So, I kind of disconnected and just watched Netflix for 3 days. Did I miss anything? Anything interesting happen while I was away? I see it finally updated my follower count, which is cool. For 41. So tantalizingly close to that 50. And then we just gotta get my viewer average back up and Daddy starts making money. Or something like that. Not to get anybody too excited. But might have found somebody to edit some videos. More digestible things on the YouTube channel, other than just straight up 9-hour VODs. That's cool. If that pans out. But, you know, work with what we got. I can. I don't remember how. Man, I'm actually kind of like. There we go. See, I'm fucking. I can figure out how Discord works. Everything else. Yeah. There we go. Yeah, other than that, other than hangover, I'm back in ready to play games. I am, of course, stalling for a moment to hopefully let people pour in. By pour in, I mean trickle slowly. And I'm going to message a few of them personally to see what's up. But, yeah. It sounded like something falling out of my control now. Like this. Yeah, can't just say Merry Christmas on the 27th without throwing a belated in there. Otherwise, you're just an asshole who forgot what day it was. I am a terrible friend. I am. Weather's true. I do believe we're going to go ahead and get started in a minute. I don't know if anybody remembers exactly where we left off, but we were trying to draw a pentagram in someone's brain or fix their brain. Effectively, we're trying to reverse brain damage with colorful lights. Nano machine, son. That whole thing. So there we go. That's all that's occurred and all that will. I don't usually like getting on my phone during stream. I mean, somebody. There we go. All right. But I hope my controller's charged enough. Cord might be long enough for me to play if I just move the chair over a little bit. That would require. So we'll see what we can do. Let's see what happens. All right. Mute our copyright-free pedal. Eyeball. Keys. I know. You know, it's really useful. Fucking light eye line. Having a light directly in your... There we go. Now you're there, chat. Alt. Okay. Untangle, you bastard. Well, sinking in the main. Why is it capitalized like thing for autosaves? Because I do love how when you look at the game, capital.
Shovel Forge again?
This looks kind of like the other time I synced with Iris,
I mean,
but
of all the ways,
different atmosphere
have a
now.
convoluted plot. That one is.
By the way, what happened to your usual appearance?
I decided to hold back this time. This is no time to be playing around. Putting that aside, you want to help Iris, correct? Then we need to hurry.
So what do we need to do?
Care to ask the owner of this world?
She's lost consciousness, even in her own Somnium.
That proves how critical her condition is. Whoa!
Well, this before, but I forgot every
What was
single bit of
that?
it. So
I do not know, but it appears as though we have no choice but to believe those words.
The fruit of immortality, huh? But I don't see any fruit.
We need to do something about this beam of light first.
I've seen that monument before, but back then...
Somnium scan! Activate!
time is of the essence. There are 4 mental blocks. I suffer from mental blockages. Also been lasted quite a bit. And knowledge is Iris. Save her. Boo. So we're having some noise gate issue. Not correct. But I'll just get closer to... You know what? Actually, we'll fix this. Here's it filled gate. I mean, I don't know if this is helping at all. Hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hello. Hello, hello. All right, so now I can talk and you can hear me. You can also hear. All right. All right, that should do a little bit better. Sorry about that. Hopefully now you can hear me when I talk.
egg-shaped monument.
It looks more like a sugar cube to me.
It is a block.
I see. Putting this here cuts off the light.
I feel like I've seen this in a movie.
Don't you mean you've seen this in Iris's Somnium?
Just put it down.
Oh, I forgot how lovely the dialogue was.
Didn't expect that.
No, this is... I see.
Did you figure something out?
I didn't.
This might turn into a pentagram.
Oh, I get it. That means...
Yes, that leaves this remaining.
Yes, over here. Chosia.
A Chozuya.
Stick your hand in it.
Let me see. There's something here. A monument. If you place it against the light, it will complete the pentagram.
Do it. What?
They have appeared before. It may symbolize Iris's insecurities.
Her insecurity is a UFO.
Whoa! We have to deal with them before we find the Fruit of Immortality.
What do you want me to do?
They don't want us to complete the pentagram.
Is that why they attacked the Chozuya and Irises?
But this pedestal has not been attacked. They cannot attack it for some reason.
You think so?
What other explanation could there be? As long as there is even a slight possibility, we must try.
Right.
Okay.
Thinking about what worked previously, we need to make a pentagram. But the attack has scrambled everything. We do not have time for trial and error. Think carefully.
Okay. So if I remember correctly, there's a map that I can just cross-reference. There we go. If you're lost and want to save time, try checking the map. Okay. So... that needs to move there. Okay. So we need to...
An egg-shaped... Understood. Where would you like me to place it?
Now, let me double check the map.
A pedestal with nothing on top of it.
Place monument.
Understood. Huh?
It went through.
It doesn't seem like we can place a monument here.
I can't see shit.
A pedestal with nothing on...
Place.
Understood.
Okay. I don't know how much time I have, but 1, 2, 3. We're missing one, it seems. shit. Wait. We'll do this and then we'll just reset.
An egg-shaped monument.
Pick it up.
Understood. Where would you like me to place it?
I can at least see where I
A
fucked up.
pedestal.
And then we can start over.
Daisy!
What does that mean?
I was merely trying to lighten the mood.
I appreciate the thought, but
Oh.
She's not gonna remember math, but she's gonna enjoy pretty colors.
The light!
the pentagram is complete.
No, okay.
What?
Why isn't it working?
The placement of the monuments must... You cannot call it a true at the very least. The placement needs to be symmetrical.
Got it. I'll try again.
Okay. Take it.
A pedestal would... Understood. Where would you like me to place it?
So I lost 30 seconds, but I think I can still get it done.
A pedestal.
Place monument.
Understood.
Should have done this earlier. Yeah, we're gonna just go ahead and... Hey. Yes. Alright. We'll speed through everything so we can get this done. Okay. So. We save time by doing this.
An egg-shaped...
Pick it up.
Understood. Where would you like me to place it?
We don't touch that one.
A pedestal.
Okay.
Understood. A pedestal. Understood. Where would you like me to...
I would like you to place it interesting places. That's for fucking certain. Stop asking me shit.
A pedestal. Understood. An egg-shaped mon... Understood. Where would you like me to...
Okay. If this doesn't work, I'm
pedestal.
in a video game going to do terrible things to myself.
Upsy daisy!
What does that mean?
Okay.
I was merely...
I appreciate the thought, but
Oh.
Alright, let's see it.
The light!
Give me the rainbow pentagram.
the pentagram's complete.
What?
Oh boy.
The world is...
It's breaking down!
Did I fuck up? Looked like I did that right. Ah. Are you still a Minecraft noodle block thing? I'm sorry. Shovel Forge. Ah, there we go.
The Shovel Forge world disappeared. I am back to my usual appearance.
What about Iris?
It appears that she is unharmed.
Give the fruit of the Tokiji Kuno Kaku, for you shall then be blessed with eternal life.
Aiba, The door to the shrine opened.
Fruit.
Is that the fruit of immortality?
Looks
It
like a
appears
sensu
to be
bean.
the seed of a citrus fruit of some kind. But we need the actual fruit.
That voice said something about the fruit of immortality. I wasn't expecting it to be literal.
Some believe that the fruit of immortality is a Tachibana orange. The Tachibana orange comes from a variety of evergreen trees. So we are looking for some kind of fruit. Fruits have edible flesh surrounding the seeds.
Are you seriously explaining what a fruit
but if we
is
only
to
had
me?
the seed...
This is a dream world. If we plant it now, it may grow quickly.
Iba, you ready to slash and burn?
I see. If we plant it there...
It sprouted.
This must be a positive sign.
With the ashes as compost, then all we need is...
Okay. All I need is water.
It's a Chozuya. Why is it not broken?
Yay.
You
I forgot
do
that I had
know
those.
this is not the Shovel Forge world.
But there's a pickaxe on the ground there.
Pickaxe?
Oh boy.
You're right. But why? The pickaxe even looks strange.
Maybe Iris left it behind because she wanted you to use it.
Perhaps. I'll use it.
That's not how you hold things.
Whoa!
It's raining.
Fruit. Oh,
So this is the fruit of immortality.
We need to hand this over to Iris.
Right. Hurry. Wait for me, Iris. I'm coming.
Feed it to her whole. Brain surgery is easy. She was dying. I just made a ghost plant orange.
Iris is unconscious.
That way I have plenty of time afterwards. Just the fucking case. I'll have to find more timies, but whatever. Oh, there's an alarm. Shut your whore mouth, phone. Sorry. Now, the way this dream shit works, is she immortal now? What the fuck? It's not terrifying or creepy at all.
Thank you.
click. Hell yeah. With 100 seconds left. So give me my bonus. Hey. The Eternal Ceremony. Nice, nice, nice. Forgot I had to press a button there. I was like, all right, any day now. This game makes me forget that I'm playing a game. Kick. Kick. Okay. Abandoned Factory, Wednesday, 12:16 a.m.
Oh, good. You're awake.
Date, thank you for everything you've done for me.
Huh? What are you talking about?
I'm gonna die, aren't I?
No. Don't talk crazy.
Didn't we just...
I synced with you to save you.
Yeah.
This has to be the timeline where you live.
I don't want to die yet. I don't want to die. No. I met you. I wanted to spend more time with you. I wanted to go places.
I'll take you. I'll take you wherever you want. I'll take you to Ichirup, Kunashir, Shikoton, Habamai. Anywhere you want, Iris.
Really?
Yes.
I'm gonna be okay.
Of course. You won't die, I promise.
Okay. I'm glad. I'm not gonna die. I can be with you forever.
Of course you can. You're gonna live, Iris, forever and ever. You'll become a grown woman, get married, have kids. I'll even babysit them for you.
Tate, thank you. These past few days have been so much fun. Please, Mr. Dante, you can't leave me!
So, apparently, going into somebody's brain doesn't fix their
back is
doers.
so warm, Mr. Date.
Yeesh.
It feels like I've met you before.
So what time travel bullshit we about to pull off now,
Then
guys?
go on a date with me. And the Greek goddess of rainbows. You're the only person I can trust.
Oh boy.
Dante!
Apparently it wasn't brain damage, it was emotional damage that we were going to suffer today.
in the oven. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot!
Perhaps it was also still brain damage.
Date, can you tell me one last thing? I've been looking. Are you...
No, no, Iris. You can't die. Please, Iris. Iris. Iris!
Oh shit, hey man. Yeah, dude, it's nuts. Oh, I forgot to... No wonder I couldn't see chat. Hi, now, there you are. Hi. Fucking technical difficulties, the stream. But yes. Wait, that was the end of the... No, fucking shot. Nope. I refuse to believe this was a $50, 20-hour game. We have to go back. We have to go deeper. We must save the child. Save her. Yeah, buddy. This is definitely a red herring. This is not the actual end. There's no way. This is like the first bad end, I'm assuming, knowing these guys. Yeah. I've already looked at the flowchart a little bit, and it is everywhere. Oh, I meant to tell you, I haven't sent a picture to anybody yet, but I'm trying to flex my music here. So, not my proudest moment, but also fuck it. Found an Ashdown fucking Peacemaker 60 in a dumpster. And I've been letting it dry out because it is tube driven for about a week. I think tomorrow I'm going to wheel this sumbitch down and see if it works. If it works, the speakers alone are worth it. It's got Celestion speakers. It's kind of nasty, just for setup. And it's also got a stomp pedal. Like, fucker's heavy though. I will say that. For a little combo amp, this thing weighs like 45, 50 pounds, easy. I'm gauging that weight based on all the meat that I pick up at work. So it's around that weight, you know? God damn, no, it is. Okay, so it may be more than 40 pounds. It's about 60, 70 pounds. It's definitely not a one-arm pick it up and be fine with your day. Oh, yeah. Oh, well, I mean, and here's the thing. I've never owned, like, an amp that I did anything with, ever. But, I mean, I figure if it works, I will run it from here. And, if I ever start playing guitar worth a fuck, or even if I can just get rudimentary ideas of chords and stuff, I can just aim this microphone down, record directly, and then you can make it not sound like dog ass. Yuta Fukuda? Fuck yeah. That name made me very happy. Alright, let's see what we got here. Oh, we've got more stuff. Okay. Give it to me. So that's just the iris route. How did I... Okay. So we did it. We did 11 hours roughly to get one ending. Oh boy. Unlike the Zero Escape games, I don't believe I'm going to be doing all of the... Oh my god, the same save effect as Zero Escape. It just... so good. Alright. We've saved. There are still mysteries left unsolved. The real culprit, the incident 6 years ago, and Date's past. Well, see, I would like to get you to come hang out in person because I have my focus right. That's straight USB to my computer. We also have a USB mixer. I would like to run the mixer so I can run both or even multiple microphones from the mixer, because mixer leveling I can handle. It's sliders on a screen that really just... I'll be perfectly honest. The story's branching points are in Somnia. Really? Use a flowchart to jump to a branching point in a Somnium. It may be hidden somewhere in a dream world. Find a new way forward. You are here. Oh my god, I just figured out why the flowchart looks the way it does. It's a fucking cork board. That's cool. Oh shit. Okay, I know where the first branch there is. Okay. So yeah, we're about to jump back into that. Yeah, let's see. What the fuck was I talking about? Yeah, I was having noise gate issues earlier. I couldn't fucking get any let's case file. Okay. Yes, because it's the first branch I see. And I know this one's easy because it's an A or B choice. But yeah, like all the built-in sliders and shit like that, I don't know dick about. I really don't know how to EQ shit. I just move closer and further away from the microphone and watch.
What was that?
Everything.
Nothing. I was.
We're just gonna skip this for a second. Nope. No Somnium tutorial. Thank you, thank you. Shogo
An
photo.
ice pick
Pull out.
Right. No one would want to.
But yeah. We'll definitely get together and start doing something.
What is this?
If you want to, after I get done streaming, we can hop on Discord and run through some stuff. Discuss some ideas.
The pillar became a lightning rod.
It looks like we can get to the birdcage now.
Our next step must be to remove it.
Alright, just let me know when it's getting... I mean, what's too late for you, really?
The control room of the merry-go-round lifted. What is your plan once I am inside?
It is a control room. Maybe we can do something in there.
I do not think it will be
Yeah,
that
what is
easy.
too late?
Just try it.
Oh, easy clap. I'm definitely not streaming that one today. I took a week off, and, well, it felt like a week off. It's not that I don't want to stream, it's I don't want to stream for 9 hours.
I do
Not
not see
yet,
an
anyhow.
exit either.
But there's something suspicious here.
All right.
I see 2 bird cages.
Looks like there's something inside them. Take a look.
A bird cage. There are ripped pieces of paper inside.
Lift. Yeah, we can do that for 55 seconds.
All right,
It's not a big deal.
leave it to me. It is heavier than it looks.
Remove the cage. Hooray me.
Nothing happened.
All I did was move the cage.
Listen, there's a little something for everybody. Wait till you see the boss.
There are torn pieces of paper.
Sporty, flirty, and kind of a... Well, let's do a third of the time.
Leave it to me. I enjoy puzzles like this.
She's also my eyeball.
Done. But
Now that explains the panda head.
to get out.
I remember it clearly. One day I came home to find that photo torn up in the trash can. When I asked Mizuki about it, she started to cry. I don't know why she tore up that photo, but whatever her reason, it seems like she regrets it. Since we repaired the photo in the Somnium, the birdcage.
Mizuki must be having a hard time.
But the cage is gone. We can get to Mizuki now.
Do you not see the horses spinning at hurricane speeds?
You can do it if you try a little.
No, you can't.
All right, fine. We have to stop the spinning.
Let's see if I remember how to do this. It's the parasol.
The parasol is... like this.
I didn't think it would be that easy.
She's not behind
Let's
glass
go.
this time.
We have to save Mizuki.
Affirmative.
Agent Date, you've got 4 minutes.
Oh, shut up, you traitor.
It's Mizuki!
Alright, let's do this. Let's do a quarter of the time. And give her a hug. We'll make her feel better. Stop the tears. We'll give you the hug.
Mizuki.
There we go. Just let it out. We fix your brain. Hugs be doing that sometimes. Oh. Well, what do we have here? This is new. Awaken. And we got shit tons of time left. Okay. I keep forgetting that I have to press a button after that. I love one of the options was just slap her. I mean, I had enough time. It would have been funny. But that's not how you fix a broken child. I don't think slapping them fixes them up. But I'm not a parent. I don't know. Care to weigh in? Is slapping a viable tactic? Do your homework.
Are you okay?
Date.
Yeah, we did it.
Date!
Looks like she can talk again.
High fives get. Oh, yeah, there she is. There she is. Hey, boss. I didn't even make the noise right. It just sounded like I was. Never, we're going to gloss over that. After she had calmed down, I asked her a few questions. I asked her about last night, about the Nile message, about Ota, and about Shoko. I know that after Ota ran off, something must have happened to make Mizuki want to hide. You fucking worm. Alright. You hungry?
I'm fine now. But I didn't forget your promise.
I promise?
I don't remember.
Stu,
Oh.
you said you'd take me.
So you heard that, huh?
Aphonia only affects speech. Her hearing should still be intact.
Sure, Mizuki. When we're all done here.
Okay. Come now, child. How are you doing? We'll get the niceties
I
out of the way.
told you I'm fine.
And then I'm going.
So annoying.
Okay. Okay. You don't have to.
I annoyed you already, huh?
Fucking rude child.
The pressure is annoying.
What pressure?
Force over area measured in pascals, dummy.
I see she is back to her usual self. Her attitude is within normal parameters.
Yeah, but she's like 12 and she knows. Okay.
I think I liked her better when she was silent.
Fair. Look, Mizuki is lying in the chair. She seems to be doing okay, but she's got that gloomy look in her eye. I sympathize with her. Last night she saw her mother. Well, she saw what no kid should ever have to see. It'll take a while for her to get back to normal. About that figure I saw.
Say, Mizuki, who was that figure I saw?
What?
In Somnium, in your dream, I saw a silhouette.
Date, Mizuki would not understand the question. She does not experience somnium as you do. You are witnessing a dream inside her brain.
Who sent you the Nile message? We'll come back to the figure.
I can't tell you.
Why not?
Because I don't want to.
That's not a reason. You were at the scene of the crime because of that Nile message. Whoever sent it to you is a prime suspect.
Yeah, that's aiding and abetting.
I don't think she is going to answer. When she is in a mood, it's impossible to get her to talk. That's the kind of girl she is.
Sometimes I think you know her better than I do.
How long do you think I've been observing her?
It's been 4 years now.
Correct. I know things that even you do not know.
Like? Actually, never mind. Some things I'm better off not knowing.
By the way, we already looked into Mizuki's cell phone. Unfortunately, the contents were wiped.
I'm tracing the sender of the Nile message through other means, but it's taking me some time.
About that figure I saw.
Never mind. Did you see anyone at the merry-go-round the night you found Shoko?
I did. I saw someone in the corner past the merry-go-round.
Who did you see?
I don't know.
Yeah, figured.
It was dark and raining. They looked scary, so I hid inside the merry-go-round. The door was open a little bit, so I snuck in.
Alright, we got nothing. Hello, boss. Look. Boss is staring at Mizuki. Do you have any questions?
Right, there was something. Hey, Mizuki. When we found you, you were holding the ice pick, right?
To be fair, that's just in the dream. In reality, it's a broken down merry-go-round in an area that nobody's supposed to be in because of chemical fucking leakage. Hooray, the future.
Can you tell us why?
When I got there, the ice pick was... It was stuck in my mom's eye. I couldn't think straight. The only thing I could think was I had to get it out.
So, you panicked and pulled it out.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the game starts with an ice pick murder, which is kind of sweet. Also the removal of body parts, the left eye specifically. Fun stuff.
And you held on to it when you hid in the column.
I mean, it is a death metal song.
Yeah.
All right. You got any more questions?
Okay, just one more question. This is very important. When you pulled out the ice pick, was Shoko's eye still there?
I'm pretty sure it wasn't.
The eye socket was empty.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mizuki. That was very helpful.
Boss shines in moments like this. She doesn't hesitate to ask anything.
Now we know that Mizuki did not remove the victim's eye.
Like we assume she did. Like, what's she doing? Like, just a souvenir for a mother.
When we got to the scene, it was definitely missing.
And it has not yet been recovered. We can therefore conclude it has been removed from the scene.
I mean, yeah. About what I saw in the Somnium.
No need to report specifics. We saw it all from here in the control room.
Put this on
What
auto.
the sinker sees in Somnium is projected here, remember? We've got it all recorded.
Isn't it incredible? I invented it.
Anyway, we know about the figure you saw. I wonder who that could be.
Thoughts on the suspect?
How would I know? We still don't have enough information. Continue your investigation, Special Agent.
She called me special. God. I'm getting all tingly.
Yeah, I'm glad she's talking again. You healed the wounds in her heart by syncing with her. Well, you meaning you and Iba.
The boss has extraordinary perception. I deserve much of the credit for helping Mizuki recover her voice.
Because you brain
All you
hugged
did
her.
was follow my instructions.
Date, Mizuki needs you. Protect her.
Bro, spit in my mouth. Call me dirty names. I don't give a fuck. Astronomically down bad. About that figure I saw.
No, that. I saw it too.
Who or what do you think it was?
Most likely someone Mizuki saw in person projected into her subconscious. Dreams can only be constructed from images and experiences the subject was present for. Mizuki's Somnium couldn't have contained that figure if she didn't see it in person. Of course, not everything we see in our dreams looks exactly the same as it did in the real world. You saw some strange things in Somnium earlier, didn't you, Date? That event you experienced is obviously not as it happened in reality. Dreams are a
Could you imagine if
collage of
merry-go-rounds
many
actually
memories
went that fucking fast?
intertwining and blending with each other.
Just
Your
G-forces knocking
skills
kids
as a sinker
unconscious,
allow
swinging
you
them
to
off fucking
untangle
horses.
those dreams and solve mysteries no one else can.
But we're cowards and we don't do that. Crank that fucker up to 10.
Iba is linked to your brain with an artificial nerve. To put it more simply, Iba is a part of your brain.
Yes.
During syncing, your consciousness is sent into the subject's Somnium. Part of Iba's self is also synced, but only a part. Not all of Iba's functions are transferred into Somnium.
So that's why Somnium Iba is so dumb.
Don't call me dumb.
Alright, about Iva's appearance, since we gotta go through every
Hey,
text
Pewter,
thing.
when we were in Somnium earlier, Iba was in human form. She's never looked like that before.
That was Iba's idea.
What?
I thought you would be more pleased. I designed it to your taste.
What part of that was my taste?
I know everything inside your mind. You don't have to hide it.
Pewter, Iba's broken. She's talking crazy.
I am not broken.
Perhaps Iba admires the human form.
When your eyeball wants you to think it's pretty.
It's not that. It was just a little something. I consider Kaname Date to be my host. I owe him gratitude. I simply thought that appearance would make him happy.
My eyeball is actively saying that I'm its host. This is new dialogue.
Why would that make me happy?
Okay, Pewter, let's go. Who do you think the suspect is?
Pewter, who
It's
do
your
you think
boyfriend,
the
isn't it?
culprit is?
Well, let's see.
Oh, it gets real. Eyeball Chan. God damn it.
It was you, Special Agent Dottie.
What?
I missed you, buddy.
I'm kidding.
About Somnium.
In a normal dream, the person experiencing the dream cannot. Dreams are first-person experience. However, the circumstances are slightly different during a sync. The sinker dives into the subject's mind and experiences their subconscious thoughts. But this dream is experienced as an observer, as though you were watching a play. The subject is the author, director, and actor. The sinker is merely the audience.
I mean, I loved all of the Zero Escape games, so I was really just looking for something that would scratch that itch, as it were. I wanted to solve crimes. Be an anime detective again. And it's less escape roomy, but I think it's totally worth the purchase price, yeah. I would have definitely got it with the bundle had I known that it was bundled with all of the Nonary games as well. That would have been $80 as opposed to just $49 for this. I'd honestly wait because they're putting out another one soon, and then you can bundle those two because they're doing a sequel to this game, which
Anyway,
I haven't looked
I get
into
the
it
story.
because I haven't gotten through this one enough. So
Mizuki witnessed a suspicious person at the scene, but she didn't get a good look at them.
yeah, I
Maybe
mean,
there's something at the scene we missed.
I like I
Dottie,
like
could you
watching
return to the
Danganronpa,
scene of the crime?
but I don't think I could have
There
played
might be
it.
more to Bloom Park than we
But who
first
knows?
thought.
I just might, even if I know how it ends. Where have I gotta go? Oh, Bloom Park. Sweet. Mizuki is lying in the chair. Boss is staring at Mizuki. Pewter is a fucking traitor. That's new. There's some indigenous jewelry from New Guinea. I think this is called a koteka. But yes, all in all, I would definitely say definitely worth it. I mean, because I just completed the first path fairly linearly, and that took me 11 hours. Considering this game is made by Spike Chunsoft, and it's made by the same team that made Zero Escape, I'm assuming the branching paths are going to be numerous. So, if you're paying $10 for 10 hours, and you get a 40-hour game, I think that's pretty good, especially if you're involved the entire time. When I returned to the scene, I brought Mizuki with me. I saw a suspicious figure in Somnium, but I couldn't be sure of its exact location. I brought Mizuki along to help pin it down.
Somewhere around here, right?
Yep.
Past the bush. In the past, there would have been a nice paved path here. It's covered in brush and weeds now, but I can still make out the trail heading back. The figure went this way. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Bench. A bench. Good job. Skewered horse. There's a horse turned upside down. It looks like a sad, overturned insect. Okay, I suppose I just have to talk to her. Are you cold?
What do you care? You never cared about me ever. And I liked it that way. I don't want you getting close to me. You think I like you now because I hugged you after the sink? Did you think, aw, how sweet, she likes me? Don't get it twisted. I only hugged you because you were standing right in front of me. Could have been anything. Could have been a pole or cactus. In fact, I wish it were a cactus. So stop worrying about me, okay?
So she says.
Well, shit. My bad, bro. Down to business. Do you remember anything?
Yeah, I do.
What do you remember?
I went to this amusement park when I was little. I was 4. I remember it so clearly. This is where I saw my mom and dad smile. I had so many happy memories here. The only happy memories I really have are from here. Memories of my family are so bright and colorful. But now, this is where Mom...
I feel like I need an external noise gate because I turned the threshold down so that I could talk from here and be heard. But when I sit close, you can hear me breathe. I don't enjoy that. This audio is going to be dog shit for this VOD, so sorry about that. What's wrong?
Nothing. Just wondering where this goes.
I guess you should check it out. Okay.
Iba, what's past here?
This leads to the subway.
Oh.
The subway?
It has, of course, closed down. It is no longer in service.
That doesn't mean it's not.
This is due to the explosion at the chemical plant that occurred years ago. The surrounding district of Kawasaki was contaminated and declared off limits. Bloom Park closed for the same reason, as did all commerce and industry in Kawasaki. This means the railroads and public transportation to and from this area was shut down as well.
Okay.
The subway. Iba, does the entire track run underground?
No. The track leading northward from Bloom Park eventually rises to ground level.
At a railroad crossing?
Correct.
Then the tracks must cross a surface street at some point.
Correct.
So, where do they meet? A railroad crossing?
Iba, do me a favor. Can you see if any cars were driving on that surface street last night?
Searching.
Hey, you've been quiet for a long time. Are you okay?
Just talking to my eyeball.
I've got something. I picked up a single vehicle traversing that street last night. A black SUV. I ran the plate through the vehicle registration database to find the owner.
Who was it?
Shoko Nadami's ex-husband and Mizuki's father. Renju Okiura.
Sorry, I was speaking with Eyeball-chan in my brain.
So let me get this straight. You think that Daddy drove his car on the tracks through the tunnel, stopped at the closed down station, and carried Mom's body to the park?
I can't prove it was Renju. There's a chance someone else was driving the car.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I'll be good.
But, in any case, I know that the suspect must have used the subway tracks. That explains why there were no cars parked near the scene. Using that subway station, you could take the body right to the merry-go-round without being caught on camera.
Daddy didn't do it.
I am not so certain.
Stop saying daddy so flippantly. It's creepy.
Either way, I have to talk to Renju. And you can help me find him.
Okay. So this is the part that trips me out about this game. So my left eyeball is an AI, right? And I'm looking at the road as I should. But AI sight means my eyeball is straight cockeyed, looking directly at her. So that I can have conversations. Alright. About the suspicious figure.
Hey, Mizuki, tell me again. That person you saw at the merry-go-round,
No, it wasn't Daddy. I know it wasn't.
you're sure?
Well, I don't know.
I'm just saying. When my eyeballs stop being friends and looking in the same direction, I'm gonna fix it. When was the last time you saw your dad?
I think about a week ago, when I went to hang out at Lemniscape.
Did you notice anything different about him?
Nothing really. He was the same as usual.
And he didn't come to see you in the hospital, did he?
No.
Not even for his own daughter.
That is very unusual.
When was the last time you spoke with your dad?
I don't remember. It was a while ago.
Liar!
What about you?
What about me?
You tried calling him.
I did. I called earlier, and I tried a few times last night.
And he didn't pick up?
No. Mizuki, Renju sent you that Nile message, didn't he?
What?
I got this buddy of mine. Real bad personality, but real good with technology. I got some help from them.
Bad personality.
It was a message sent at 8:05 last night. Does this sound familiar? Mizuki, Daddy got caught up in something serious. Please come to Bloom Park's merry-go-round right away. Daddy needs your help. Please do as I say.
Connor.
Yeah, that was it. It was from Daddy's phone. But I didn't want to say anything because that would make Daddy a suspect, so...
So you kept quiet.
Yeah.
He's a suspect.
My dad's
because
never
he's
said
clearly
anything
doing
like
something
that to
fucked
me,
up.
ever. That he was counting on me? I had to go.
But you invited Ota along.
Bloom Park is in the middle of the Kawasaki district. There are a number of homeless individuals and a high crime rate there. Mizuki must have been worried about going alone.
Let's get... You look like you want to say something.
I don't want to say anything. I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to talk to anyone who thinks my daddy is a killer.
Look, I don't want to believe it either. I've known him for more than 5 years now. He's like family to me.
I'd never want to put cuffs on him. I would never want Mizuki to see that. But that's where the plot thickens. You see, Renju likes men. So you handcuffing him may be a little more to him than you'd think. Anyway, Renju isn't the kind of guy who would commit a crime like this. Yes, we've uncovered details in the last playthrough about the Nile message.
But it couldn't be him.
Why not?
Daddy couldn't have sent the message. Someone else must have used his phone. And his car. Daddy wasn't driving the car either.
And his face.
Somebody else did it.
And his voice.
The killer did it, not Daddy.
The only evidence we have so far leads to one conclusion. The cell phone and the car were both operated by Renju Okiura. Date, incoming call from the boss.
Oh, she's calling me.
Connected.
What's up, baby?
Hey, I just got the report from Iva. Renju is a suspect?
He's definitely suspicious.
I agree. I think he's our number one suspect. He's been acting strange since last night. He didn't come see Mizuki in the hospital, won't pick up his phone, and he vanishes after questioning. He doesn't have an alibi for the time of the murder either.
He doesn't?
No, not one we can corroborate.
Okay. Alright. About Renju's questioning.
He didn't give us any new information. He didn't have much to say at all, really. Shoko's time of death was estimated to be about 5 p.m. yesterday. Renju claims that he was at home alone at the time.
Yeah, that's
But
a great
that
one.
no one can back up his story.
Any idea where he is?
No, I told you he vanished. Where are you headed?
Renju's house.
Don't bother. I had local cops search the place. Didn't find anything.
Where could he be?
Why did you release him?
So Renju was questioned at a local station?
That's right.
Then why didn't you keep him there?
Protocol. Nothing we could do. He wasn't a suspect then, and we had nothing to charge him with. We couldn't hold him.
See the boss through my left eye. I have been streaming the image in real time. I don't have a cell phone. Never cared for it. But I've been connected to any network in range. That's how I'm able to communicate with headquarters. Mizuki, I look like I'm talking to a Bluetooth. She doesn't see what I see. Look, I can see Boss through my left eye. Hang up the phone.
All right, boss. Let me know if you find something.
Later, baby.
You too. Keep me in the loop.
Where the hell did Renju go?
Oh.
Sun poke?
What?
Sun poke. Or something.
Oh, Sunfish Pocket. Renju was telling me about that place. It's a maid cafe that he runs.
I found it. Approximately 6.2 miles north-northeast. In Akihabara.
So, about the whole waifu thing that happens in this game. We're about to go to a mermaid-based maid cafe. So, buckle up. It's about to get weird. No, never mind. It's fucking closed.
Can't be.
Huh. Well, maybe he didn't do it.
Renju.
Or, this is some Scooby-Doo ass level shit where that's not even his body. It's not out of the question. God, it's Zero Escape all over again. I'm just suspecting the dead. Sunday, 9:17 a.m. Police headquarters. Oh, he's gonna be heartbroken.
You look awful. Have you been sleeping any?
My best friend was murdered, boss. I don't have it in me to sleep right now.
I know who'll help. Mario. He'll have the right things to say. A police officer mannequin. Oh. So no moment of levity here? Hey buddy, how you holding up? You seem troubled, Pewter.
2 murders, one right after the other. How could I not be?
Any thoughts on the culprit?
Renju had his left eyeball removed.
Right. Shoko too.
So perhaps, Mr. Date, you are the killer. You're missing your left eye, so you steal them from others. I'm kidding. Only a joke.
I'm too tired for your jokes right now, Pewter.
Actually, you lost your eye 6 years ago, correct?
Yes.
Yes, but I don't remember anything from back then. I lost my eye and my memories.
I was transplanted into your empty eye socket a year later. We have been together for more than 5 years.
Pewter looks surprisingly serious. Why are you here anyway?
Am I not allowed to be here?
No, I didn't mean it like that.
I was here first. I was just talking to the boss about Renju's murder.
Sup, Tanuki. It's a Tanuki statue. How about you? Getting any sleep?
Of course not. I've still got a mountain of work piled up, answering to the higher-ups, the press. I'm just taking a little breather.
Take all the time you need, sweetheart. What happened to Mizuki?
She's sleeping at the hospital. They're going to give her counseling after she wakes up.
I see.
Her mother and her father. I hope she'll be okay.
But she's got Uncle Date. About Renju. Oh wait, hold on. Look at the boss. Boss is sitting on her desk. Damn straight she is. She looks tired, like me. We're the same. About Renju.
You were the first on the scene, so you know this better than anyone, but Renju was murdered.
No, elaborate.
No way
suicide.
this was a suicide.
Elaborate.
And the fact that his left eye was removed tells me that this was the same killer as Shoko.
This is a smoke show
A
to throw us
serial
off.
killer.
The new Cyclops killer.
What?
That's the nickname that's been spreading around headquarters.
New.
Yes, several years ago.
Pewter.
Don't interrupt him.
There is no point in hiding it from him. He would find out on his own eventually.
Thank God. Come on, tell me.
It's all over the news. These murders have gone viral, so to speak. The killings from 6 years ago have continued. The Cyclops killer is back.
6 years ago. Is that what you were talking about, boss?
Fine. I suppose you deserve to know.
Yeah, tell me. All right. Boss is sitting on her desk. She looks tired like me. About the... I'm sorry. About the incident 6 years ago.
We have a name for it down at HQ. The original Cyclops serial killings. To distinguish it from this new one. It was 6 years
Copy
ago
that.
in October. 4 bodies were found in the mountains of Akikawa Valley.
But the decomposition of the corpses were all at different stages. They were each killed sometime during May to September of that year.
But they did have 2 things in common. They were all young women.
Okay.
And
Each corpse was missing their right eyeball, pulled out posthumously.
Cyclops? Question mark?
a few days after the corpses were discovered, the killer sent a statement to the press. I killed them, and they are now my dear companions. Something like that.
He signed the statement under the name Cyclops. Hence the name, the Cyclops Killer.
The Cyclops
me.
is a mythological race of one-eyed giants.
I'm the one who's doing all the murders.
According to Greek myth, they are the children of Uranus, god of the sky, and Gaia, goddess of earth. Cyclopes were known for their outstanding strength and smithing ability.
So the letter to the press wasn't a fake? It was the real killer?
Yes, it had to be.
A picture of one of the victims right after she was killed was sent along with the letter.
Was the Cyclops captured? It's me.
No, in 6 years we never got a single trace.
So maybe Cyclops is responsible for these murders as well.
No, that's impossible.
Why?
For one, the original Cyclops killer only killed women. Renju doesn't fit that profile. Second, all of the victims had their right eyes removed. But Shoko and Renju...
We're missing their left eye.
I watch it.
The timing of the eye removal is also inconsistent. The original Cyclops killer removed the eyes after the victims were killed. But Shoko and Renju were both still alive.
But even so, you can't say for sure this isn't our guy. Maybe they're just doing things a little differently now. Or do you have another reason?
I'm sorry, Date, I can't say anymore.
Bullshit, you can't.
It's a national secret.
How can it be a national secret?
Date, please, forget about it. I
That
told you
means
already, you don't need to know
somebody high
anything
profile
about
did
that
it.
case to investigate this one. The criminal for this case and the case 6 years ago are not the same.
Iva, bring up all investigation records of the original Cyclops serial killings.
I already had a look through the database while you were talking. Unfortunately, I found no relevant information.
Okay.
I also did not discover anything of note on the internet. Only amateur theories. All lacking credibility and evidence.
Damn it.
Any other information?
That's all we have for now.
All right.
Special Agent Date, we need you to continue your work.
Right. I think I'll head back to where Renju was found. Sunfish Pocket.
Date, you're exhausted. Why don't you get some sleep before you continue your investigation?
No time.
I'm fine.
No time.
Let's go, Iba.
All right.
Understood.
Okay. I'm gonna hit a quick BRB so I can refill my cup of water and possibly grab another energy drink because fuck my kidneys. I don't need them right now. When I piss out rocks, then we'll discuss taking less of them. But until then, I'll be right back. And I'm back. See, I wasn't gonna leave you alone for too long. No. All right, let's go. Sunfish Pocket. I'm assuming it's still closed. Nope, shit's gotta start. It's not a crime scene. It's just a. Oh, hello there.
Date, the vehicle is accelerating 2% slower than usual. Did you put anything in the trunk?
No?
What about the back seat?
Back seat? Mizuki!
Hey, watch out! Eyes forward, stupid.
Well, he climbed up to the front seat and sat in the passenger seat. There's no one in the back seat. How did you even get in here?
It wasn't locked. I just opened the door. I've been here for like 10 minutes. Why don't your doors have auto locks? I know you like old cars, but you gotta lock the doors.
You should be a little more apologetic for someone who just got caught breaking into my car.
Mizuki does raise a valid point. If you are not more serious about security, you should consider replacing the car altogether.
You too?
Alright, so.
You were talking to yourself again. I heard you. It's creepy. You should cut that out.
I was talking to Alba out loud before I noticed Mizuki in the car. That must be what she's referring to.
Mizuki is still unaware I exist?
Yeah, I know there's no reason to hide it, since she already knows about Abyss. But it's just hard to explain. I won't say anything yet.
Understood. But I am ready to be introduced at any time. Just let me know when the time is right.
It's not a proposal, no need to be so formal.
Probably when she's about to fall
I said
asleep.
that out loud.
Date, I think you should go to the hospital.
How are you doing?
Well, I can still talk this time. Maybe I'm just getting used to it.
Mizuki's psychological wounds have been healed by the sink.
Nice weather we're having.
If you have nothing to talk about, you don't have to say anything.
Fair enough.
You're an adult, shouldn't you know that already? If you start talking about the weather, it means you have nothing to say.
Damn. What a brat.
What are you doing here?
I ditched the hospital.
Clearly.
They're probably freaking out over there right now.
I'm taking you
Runs in
back.
the family.
No, don't! Nothing will change if I stay at the hospital all day. You're going to investigate, right? Take me with you, I can help!
How is a little runt like you gonna be any help?
I'm Renju's daughter. Maybe I'll notice something you don't. Something only his daughter would know.
I don't know.
My daddy was killed. I can't just stay at the hospital.
Fine. But don't say I never did anything for you.
You're going to take me along?
Just promise not to interfere with the investigation.
Got it.
Do you want to catch the suspect?
No, it's more like I don't like sitting still and moping all day. I've grown out of my brooding, pretentious teenager phase.
Odd thing for a preteen to say.
Are you not aware of Mizuki's mental prowess?
No.
She is far
please.
more developed than her classmates.
Okay.
She is even reading psychology papers by Alfred Adler.
Sounds pretentious to me.
About Renju.
Hey, about Renju. Do you have anything to tell me? Anything at all that might help?
Well, it's not about Daddy, but I heard from Daddy that Mom had a secret.
Shoko had a secret?
What is Shoko's secret?
Did you know that Mom was the representative of an investment company?
Yeah, I did.
That whole company was a big scam.
A scam?
Well, I don't know the details. They start up a company to get people to invest in it, then shut it down on purpose and keep the money. She got really rich like that.
Hell yeah.
Shoko did this?
It's terrible. Who would
Yep.
do something like
By
that?
herself?
No, dummy. Of course it was with other
Certainly
people.
not
I saw gangsters there
a
sometimes.
YouTuber with a
If she ever got
wrestling
into
career.
trouble, she had them take care of it.
I am scanning all known crime databases, but I cannot find any reports
That's
referencing this.
referential.
They must have been extraordinarily careful.
Anyway, I'm glad that you're okay.
I'm not okay.
So, you want to go back to the hospital? I'd be more than happy to drop you off.
That's not what I meant. Why are you always so pushy, Date?
I'm not pushy, I'm just worried.
You've got a weird way of showing it. Doesn't look like you're worried. You're just weird.
You've always got something smart to say, huh? You're just like Renju.
Dot.
No,
What about Daddy?
Nothing.
You have no tact, do you? This is why you're single and always will be.
That's where you're wrong, kiddo. I look like a single father when you're around. Chicks love it.
Yeah, chicks love to see creepy old men hanging out with a 6th grader.
Hey, what are you implying?
Ooh, did I make you mad? Now I'm stuck in a car with an angry old creepy pervert.
I am not an old, creepy pervert. And even if you were my age, you're not my type.
Ew, I don't want to know about your type.
Hey, you started it.
Stupid old man.
Punk-ass kid.
I don't have words. But I'm glad he called her a punk-ass kid. That's beautiful writing right there. Punk-ass kid. Mizuki and I walked back into Sunfish
Ah,
Pocket.
Detective Date. Good to see you, sir. And this is...
Have you looked through the case file yet?
so sorry. She's the victim's.
Yes. Please let us through.
Okay. Now, let's see what they have here. I mean, considering how that's set up, it could very well have been. I'm reaching here for the suicide thing, but... Kitchen door. A doorway to the kitchen. What's the status?
Nothing special.
Pictures. There are pictures of girls on display. Probably the girls that are working.
What are you staring at, creeper?
I agree.
Officers guarding the doorway.
Iba, did you get anything from the surveillance camera?
Unfortunately, no. All of the recordings from local surveillance equipment have been erased.
What about backups?
There are none. Nothing was uploaded to the cloud either.
So there's no footage of the incident.
Dragon's Palace Pasta. 1,800 yen. 1,800?
Isn't that pretty average?
This is average?
Alright, let's talk to this cop. What's your name?
What?
I was asking for your name.
My name is Kagami. It's Kagami! Kagami?
What's your name?
I told you it's Kagami!
Can
I told you my name like 5 times!
Any leads?
No, we didn't find anything today.
Are you getting enough rest?
No, not these past few days.
I thought so. Once this is over, get some rest, alright?
You too, Detective Date.
Alright. Beer keg. Ranger's corpse is hung up by 3 wires. The wires are tied to 3 kegs.
Each keg has a capacity of 20 liters. All 3 kegs were filled, in approximately 55 pounds each.
Okay, so we're looking at 165 pounds. Okay. Ah. Notice anything strange?
You were telling me earlier that you could spot things only a daughter would know.
I know what I said. I'll tell you if I notice anything.
Okay. Do you remember what you saw last night?
How could I forget? I'll never be able to get that image out of my head. Not until the day I die.
You can leave if you need to.
I thought I already told you. Sitting around rotting away in that hospital would be worse.
Still.
I know what you're trying to say. For a little girl to find her dad like that and then want to go back to the scene, you think it's totally weird, right?
In fairness, it is also weird for an adult policeman to acquiesce such a request from a child.
But this is what I wanted. I didn't want to run away from it. I wanted to confront it. I didn't want to be weak.
Evidence marker. An evidence marker. It's a little marker that's put to track evidence at the scene.
Is that a spear?
It more closely resembles a harpoon of sorts. I believe this is a trident.
Any chance this was used in the murder?
No, there are no traces of blood on the trident, and no indication that Renju was stabbed.
Okay. looked inside the wooden box. There's nothing in there. Oil drum. This oil drum must be some kind of interior
The
decor.
capacity of this oil drum is 200 liters. It weighs approximately 44 pounds when empty.
Let me check inside. What?
There's something inside.
I stepped up to the drum.
This is the oil drum.
This is the kind of oil drum that has a lid, right?
Correct.
Let's open it.
His watch.
This is... This is the wristwatch Renju always wore. No doubt about it. But how did this get here?
Did you hear me? I said I'll tell you if I see anything.
Okay. Rude. Of course I remembered his name. Alright, so we looked inside the oil drum. See if there's anything else. Okay. Trident. Doesn't look like it has anything to do with the case. Probably not a clue. See the kitchen back there. Nothing looks suspicious. Beer tap. This
I could use a drink.
Perhaps after this is all over, Date.
Doorway. This club is located on the second floor of the building. We use the elevator to get here.
Iba, can you check the operation records of this elevator?
Searching. Found it. The elevator records are sent automatically to building management.
Okay.
According to the record from yesterday, from 6:30 p.m. until the body was found, this elevator stopped on the second floor only once. At 8:55 p.m. The weight of the car's cargo was approximately 310 pounds.
So the elevator only stopped on the second floor once last night. 8:55 p.m. with about 310 pounds inside. Pictures of maids on display. Another inspector. I hope we find some clues. Store signboard. It says Sunfish Pocket. Well, let's just inspect everything at this point. Counter.
The corpse was strung up near this counter.
The autopsy report indicates that the contents of the victim's intestines were excreted upon death,
So he shot himself.
but no traces of that have been found in the area nor on the corpse itself. This evidence makes it highly likely that Renju was killed somewhere else. It must have been considerably difficult to carry more than 150 pounds.
What do you mean?
Renju weighed approximately 158 pounds.
Okay.
I can estimate a person's weight by analyzing their bone structure, muscle, and fat.
Okay.
Iba, can you recall the time we discovered the corpse?
Of course.
Okay, so let's look at everything. Left eye's been pulled
This
out.
case bears similarity to Shoko's. The left eyeball was removed while the victim was still alive.
Look at your marks.
The autopsy report discovered the presence of benzodiazepine. It is a common sedative. The dosage found in the victim's bloodstream was extremely high. It can be assumed that Renju's cognitive functions were heavily impaired before his death.
Okay. Body.
The time of discovery was 10:20 p.m.
Okay.
You of course already know this, but you and Mizuki were the first to discover Renju's corpse. The body was hanged from the ceiling, similar to how a fish would be. A thick hook was embedded in the upper jaw, and the wires connecting to the hook were strung up on one of the ceiling beams. There was also a hook on the other end of each wire. The 3 beer kegs were attached to these hooks. We have found no fingerprints.
There are deep impressions left on the neck.
Strangulation?
Correct. The face shows clear signs of congestion, along with petechia around the face and throat. Both are clear evidence of asphyxiation.
Alright.
Any indication of the murder weapon?
Most likely a twisted piece of cloth. The culprit approached Renju from behind and wrapped the cloth around his neck, choking him in an attempt to suffocate him. The specific cause of death is cerebral circulation failure due to vessel closure in the neck.
Okay.
Put more simply, the suspect strangled Renju to death from behind.
Do we have an estimated TOD?
Yesterday, around 8 p.m.
So Renju was murdered about 2 hours before Mizuki and I found the body.
So... he
I
walked...
think we've checked everything we need to.
I agree. We should compile our evidence and inferences.
Mizuki, you ready to leave?
What? But we aren't done investigating.
What do you mean?
There are still people I want to talk to.
So sedatives were injected in Renju's body. He was barely conscious before he was killed. Renju's approximate time of death was yesterday, Saturday, around 8 p.m. Strangled by a cloth or something similar from behind. Renju's corpse was found hanging from a ceiling beam, over the counter. Okay, that's it. Oh, wait, check the left eye again. Renju and Shoko both had their left eye taken before they were killed. Alright. Any places you can think of that I don't know about?
Well, there is one place. Have you heard of Golden Yokocho in the entertainment district? Daddy used to go to a place called Marvel a lot. Maybe they know something about him.
Do you want to talk to Oda?
Yeah. Oda is in here all the time. He might know something. I'll call him.
Ota's phone is broken. He dropped it in a puddle.
Sounds like Ota. He's so clumsy.
We'd have to talk to him in person.
He's probably at Lemniscate or Matsushita Diner.
Did you want to talk to Iris?
Yeah. Daddy owned Lemniscate and Iris works for them. She used to work here too.
So she might know something.
I'll call her.
Mizuki tried calling Iris, but there was no answer.
Have any idea where she might be?
I don't know. Iris is into a lot of things.
So, 150, no. My God, I forgot math. Yeah, it'd be 152 pounds is the weight of the other person. So, we're looking for somebody with a slighter build than him. Let's head out.
Lemniscate, Matsushita Diner, and Marble. Let's head out.
Okay.
Let's go to Matsushita Diner. Okay, no time limit. I like that. Sunday.
Hello, welcome. You're Mizuki, right? Ota's friend?
Yep.
And you...
Oh, I suppose I should introduce myself more formally.
At least something a little well more than flashing your badge.
My name is Kaname Date.
Mr. Date, what can I help you with?
Counter. The counter. Condiments.
Salt, pepper, a blend of red cayenne and spices, and an unidentified liquid.
It says fermented Mayumi juice.
None of us can figure out what that juice is. Disposable chopsticks. Alright, Mayumi. Hey, you're looking gorgeous today.
Oh, stop, you charmer. But you're not getting a discount out of me.
I knew you were a pedo, Date, but I didn't think you were a cougar hunter too.
I am neither of those things.
Where's your husband? Well, hold on. Any recommendations?
Oh, everything here is delicious. But my personal favorite is our omelet rice.
Did you want to eat here?
No, I don't have much of an appetite. How's your stomach?
Same. I don't think I can eat right now.
Where your husband?
I completely forgot. I wonder where he got off to. But he'll come back soon. He always does. Runs off, then comes back.
I'm beginning to have doubts about the management of this establishment.
I as well.
Is Oda here?
He went out early this morning. I don't know where.
I see.
I took my business card out of my pocket and handed it to Mayumi.
Sorry to be a bother, but when Ota comes back, can you tell him to contact me?
Oh, well, sure.
Thanks, ma'am.
Okay, got it.
Date, let's go somewhere else.
Yeah, let's go.
Have you been here before?
Yeah, I am friends with Oda. I've been here a few times.
Alright. No reason to get all upset. Let's go to Limna's Gate and then we'll go see Mama. It is 9 p.m. and I'm drinking an energy drink. I do not think it's going to be a good night for me. But here we are.
Oh, what? Hey there, handsome.
Excuse me?
I cannot even right now. Hold on, give me just one sec. Mizuki, do you know this guy?
Yeah?
Can you introduce me, please?
She is surprisingly unprofessional for a receptionist.
Yeah.
Come on, it's just not so bad.
Could you contain yourself for 5 minutes,
Blinded by
Date?
boobies. Allow me to introduce myself. Things have been pretty serious around here lately.
Yeah, totally. You never think about, like, my boss getting murdered, you know? Like, what are even the chances? That's like the odds of hitting the lotto. But I was kind of lucky, in a weird way. Some of my old friends hit me up asking about it, you know? Feels like we're old alumni or something.
Wow.
She certainly found the bright side of this situation.
In front of the daughter of the victim. Let's look at her. There's a receptionist sitting behind the desk. That's all you got? There's a receptionist with huge breasts sitting behind the desk. There's a receptionist with huge breasts sitting. One more time. Okay, it's just... huge breasts. Breasts. One more again. There are huge breasts sitting behind the desk. Oh, that's great. That... Alright. Have you seen Iris?
Iris? You mean Asa? She's recording a podcast in the underground studio.
Oh, that's why she didn't pick up the phone.
If you need her right away, I can try contacting her.
No, it's fine. This can wait until she's done.
For sure.
Yeah, it's just a murder.
What?
It can wait.
For sure? As in, I got you?
I don't believe I've ever heard that sequence of sounds spoken out loud before.
Oh, then you just haven't been out and about. For sure. Did you happen to see Ota here?
Ota? Nah, haven't seen him today. How is he?
The receptionist knows Ota too?
Ota happens to be the kind of otaku who actually has social skills.
Those are the ones you have to watch out for.
Huh?
Nothing. Anyway, could you give me a call if Ota shows up? I have my number here.
I took out my business card and handed it over to the receptionist.
Yeah, I got his number. I got his number.
Let us pray that the privilege will not be abused.
It will be. What's going to happen to the office?
Oh, haven't heard anything about that yet. The VP might take over. We might get absorbed by another office. Just when I got a job, too. Man, what am I gonna do if this place closes up? So, anyway, tell me, Date, what kind of girls do you like? Because I'm the committed type, you know? Would you consider me a candidate?
Well, I could go out sometime.
Wow, dude.
Yeah.
You disgust me.
I mean, don't judge me. I mean...
My apologies. Never mind.
Alright, let's talk to Mizuki. Do you know this receptionist?
I mean, yeah, but...
Yeah, of course we know each other. We're like best friends.
Best friends.
We hang out, we party.
Do we?
We do not party.
Hey!
Who hired this woman?
The most likely scenario is that the final decision was made by the head of the company.
Renju.
Mizuki is standing next to me. Probably an office back there. We should just go to the underground fucking recording thing. Reception desk. Let's go.
Mizuki, let's go. Staying here would be a waste.
Yeah. Where should we go next?
Golden Yokocho. Nothing bad ever happens in Golden Yokocho. It's not like we're gonna experience another shooting. I hope. I mean, granted, getting to have gameplay in a game would be kind of interesting.
Is this it?
Yeah.
You know about this place?
Yeah. This is where I met Renju for the first time.
Interesting. Didn't think this was your kind of spot.
This place is special. You can find all sorts of shady characters here. It's the best place for gathering information about a case. So that's why.
That is only a partial truth.
Okay.
Shut up.
Huh?
Let's head inside.
Where is everyone?
It's been like this for a while. Not many people come here anymore. Mama should be here soon, though.
Okay.
Mama better be okay. It's got Bluetooth.
In other news, at 6:10 p.m. yesterday, on the outer circle of the capital city highway in Minato District, Tokyo, a traffic collision occurred involving 5 cars and at least 1 truck. MPD has arrested the driver of the truck suspected to be the cause of the accident for negligence. The investigation is ongoing.
Okay. Last time that was Renju who was in the accident, so I wonder... There's a bar counter. Radio. Music playing over the radio. Shit.
Man, I could use a drink.
No, you're driving.
Can't you just drive?
Indeed I can, but I refuse.
Why?
Nothing good comes of you being drunk.
It's been a long time since we did this.
Did what?
Sat at a table together like this. We haven't eaten dinner together in a while. After I finish working on this case, we should do it again.
Why? Because of what happened to my mom and daddy? I don't need that.
Date, this is where you need to take a stronger role as her guardian. Data suggests that children who eat alone are prone to mental imbalances and poor physical condition. The meals you prepare do have sufficient nutritional content. However, you need to make sure that Mizuki is eating all of it. Otherwise, your effort is wasted.
Don't tell me how to parent, Eyeball. Chan. Mizuki, we should at least have one meal together.
I told you I don't want to.
Why not?
Because... I don't like how you hold chopsticks. It makes me sick.
Really now? People have always told me that I have good technique. Some even say it's beautiful.
It's disgusting. Too clean.
Too
Besides,
clean.
there's no point in eating together.
Why is that?
Because you don't talk when you're eating. I don't like sitting in silence.
Well, we don't have to be quiet.
It's fine, I don't like hearing you talk either.
I believe she has entered her teenage rebellion phase a year early.
Perfect.
This is gonna be rough.
Are you tired?
No. And what do you mean by that?
Nothing. Just let me know when you're tired. You can go home anytime you want.
You aren't really worried about me, you just think I'm annoying, right? Don't beat around the bush, just say it. But you know what? It wouldn't matter anyway because I'm not going home.
Okay, having fun at school.
It's okay.
Is it?
Yup.
Do you have a lot of friends?
Yeah. But I don't really like my elementary school friends. They're too immature. I have more fun with Iris and Ota.
I don't know if they're too immature. You're just very mature for your age.
You think so? The kids at school are so stupid. They gossip about who had their first kiss for days. I don't see why that's anyone's business.
These grade schoolers move fast.
Nah, not really. It's pretty normal nowadays.
You haven't kissed anyone yet, have you?
No, I'm not interested in that.
Oh, thank God.
Oh, thank God. About Renju.
Hey, Date. What did you and Daddy used to talk about when you were here?
I don't remember a lot of it. I was usually drinking pretty hard.
Don't worry, I have everything recorded.
Oh God.
In fact, the conversation about you taking care of Mizuki took place here, at Marble.
Really?
The topic was brought up several times afterward, but the
This
first
isn't
time
cinematic
was
at all.
here.
This is just me.
4
wiggling my
years
shit
ago,
around.
after drinking enough liquid courage, Renju asked you to take care of Mizuki. At the time, Renju was recently divorced, buried in work at Lemniscate, and mentally unstable. It was a display of excellent judgment. It was a good thing that he managed to swallow his pride.
You think so? Sometimes, I don't think it was the right move.
You should have more confidence. I guarantee you that it was the best decision.
Let's hope so.
Your mama wants it.
Date, honey. Long time no see.
Hey, Mama, how've you been?
Oh, tired and sore, but not in a fun way.
Watch the innuendo in front of the kid.
Oh, who is this?
Renju's daughter.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Oh, you're... Oh, it must have been hard. I saw on the news.
It's okay. Really.
Oh, it must have been so hard. Stupid Ren. What was he thinking, leaving his little girl like this? Oh.
Mama, I wanted to ask you some questions about Renju.
Oh, I guess crying isn't gonna solve the thing, is it? Go ahead, ask away. I'll help any way I can.
Wait, do we have more about Mama?
I heard that shady characters hang out here. So who are you and how do you fit in?
No one special. I'm just a facilitator.
A facilitator?
People who come in here tend to have very specific interests. I help accommodate.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Mama's like, an informant.
That's right. And I won't charge you this time. Just promise to get the bastards who did this to Ren for me.
Right. This is for Renju.
I promise.
I just realized my mouse cursor was there the whole time. Are you scared of Mama?
Not really.
Oh, don't worry, honey. I don't bite. I'm only aggressive when it comes to men 20 through 65.
That's a pretty wide range.
I'd say so.
Gotta widen my net for a catch like you, Date, honey.
Oh God. Nice.
I think I'll ignore that one.
Ah, come on, buddy.
I think I'll ignore it as well.
Is this your first time in a place like this?
Yeah, I mean, at some fish pocket they served alcohol, but I've never been to a bar like this.
Well, I would hope not. You're in elementary school.
Well, Daddy invited me along sometimes, but I was too shy to go.
Good call.
I was planning on going one day, when I was old enough to drink. I wanted to go to a bar with Daddy.
Zubi's curling up a little. Maybe she's intimidated by Mama. How's business?
Not bad.
Hey, that's good. I want you to keep this place open as long as you can. It makes me feel sad and old when a place I used to visit closes down.
Well, then you should visit more often. I could hook you up, in more ways than one.
Just the one way is fine, thanks.
Was Renju a regular here?
I haven't seen him for a while. I thought I was going to shrivel up and die of boredom without you boys around.
Shrivel up? You look like a purple water balloon.
Damn.
That's right. Care to give me a poke?
Shit.
I'll pass, thanks.
Mama claps back immediately. About Renju.
Have you heard any rumors about Renju? Anything about grudges, disputes?
Is it okay to talk in front of Mizuki?
Yes, I want to be here.
Trust me, you couldn't drag her away.
If you say so. Apparently, Ren had some connections with the Kumakura gang.
A gang?
Yeah, real rough customers. This is their turf.
So Daddy was involved with gangsters.
Mizuki, that company Shoko was running, were they also tied to the Kumakuras?
I don't know.
Look, Mama is polishing a dried bonito fish. It's part of her daily routine. Come to think of it, I have no idea why. I think I'll ask her one day when the time is right. What else do you remember about Renju?
Well, there was the watch incident. I'm sure you remember that one.
Watch incident?
You don't remember? Your drunk ass spilled your beer on Ren's watch. Ren was furious, yelling about how this watch is more important than my life, or whatever. He blew up on you. That was the only time I've ever seen Ren that mad. That's why I remember it so well.
Was it this watch?
Yes. I pulled out the watch I had in my pocket. It was the one I'd found in the oil drum at Sunfish Pocket.
Yeah, that's it. Why do you have it? Was it at the scene? Ren was given that watch by his lover. It was an anniversary gift, I think.
Lover?
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot Mizuki was here.
No, it's fine.
But of course, it wasn't an affair. This was all after he was divorced.
Daddy had a new lover.
He asked you to move out with the nice policeman so that he could have a lover. I'm going to the bathroom.
You remember where it is?
Yeah, outside, right?
This is a small establishment that does not have its own restrooms.
Wait, you're leaving?
Oh, scared of me, huh?
No, it's just...
Mama, keep an eye on her.
Sure thing. Don't have too much fun in there.
I gave her a nod and a wave and left. Then I got in my car and I left the child in a bar.
Iba, get boss on the line.
Got it.
What's up?
Mizuki is at a bar called Marble down in Golden Yokocho. Send someone over to pick her up.
She's not at the hospital?
Yeah, she snuck out. I took her along while I was doing some work, but I can't take her any further.
Understood. I'll send someone.
Counting on you, boss.
Are you going to leave Mizuki here?
Yes. I can't take her into a Yakuza den.
Who's this asshole?
You made a big mistake coming here. Go home.
Shut up, fat
All
face.
right. Bye then.
Hey, Date!
What? Ugh, I hate dealing with these chumps.
Didn't you hear me?
Do you want to die, old man?
You bastard!
I feel like it went much quicker this time.
Sorry for the late introduction. I'm with the MPD.
A cop, huh? So, you want to explain what the fuck a cop is doing in my office?
I think we should exchange names before exchanging expletives.
Name's MoMA, the warhorse. Don't give a fuck what your name is.
All right. What do you know about the new Cyclops serial killers? Shoko Nadami and Renju Okiura had their left eye pulled out and were murdered. And I think you know something about it.
Saw it on the news. But we had nothing to do with it. Even if we did, we wouldn't spill to no cops.
What does a guy like the chairman need this for? He probably just uses it for porn.
Not every man in the world is like you, Date.
There's a PC on top of the desk. What about Shoko?
Don't know nothing about her. I know her face and her name. It was on the news. Nothing else.
Shoko was part of an investment fraud scheme, and I have it on good authority that a certain Yakuza gang was helping her.
Wouldn't know nothing about that, cop.
I wish I could just be bad cop and pull my gun out on him.
I told you, I got nothing to say. You deaf or something?
Where's the chairman?
What?
The chairman is right in front of you.
What?
I run the Kumakura gang. I'm MoMA Kumakura.
That can't be right. The chairman of the Kumakuras is Rohan. You aren't the chairman.
Yo, asshole. You need a lesson in manners?
You need another
Date,
one?
wait. I did some research and discovered that Rohan Kumakura died last year. He leapt to his death from the roof of a building.
A suicide?
But MoMA did not take over last year. MoMA took over 6 years ago.
6 years ago.
Date, a minute please.
What is it?
Do you see the sofa in the reception area? There is an ashtray on top of the coffee table.
What about it?
It is peculiar. Thermal imaging reveals that they are both warm.
The sofa and ashtray.
Copy. There's an ashtray on top of it. One of the cigarette butts. The tip is reddish.
Hey, Iba. Can you turn off the thermal vision?
Sure.
I see. The cigarette brand is Klein.
Why is that relevant?
Small details will come in useful later. Trust me.
There's several cigarette butts in the ashtray. They look like Klein's. Tip is faintly red. Talk.
There would be no point in talking to him in that state.
I got nothing to say to you.
We can deal with MoMA later. We should be focused on something else.
Hey, Iba, look. A flying squirrel taking a nap.
It is clearly a tiger.
The tiger ride. Blocking in the window.
Part of the cushion is still red.
Just as I thought.
Was someone here recently?
What are you talking about? You're the first guest today. Although you are an uninvited guest.
Don't lie now. Someone was sitting on the sofa and smoking very recently.
How do you know that?
I just do.
Oh, right. I remember now. Just a bit ago, one of our guys was on the sofa.
Are you talking about these guys right here?
Yeah.
Not possible. When I came in,
You made a big mistake coming here. Go home.
Who's this asshole?
neither of them was on the sofa, and neither of them was smoking.
They left.
Who left?
An insurance salesman. Right before you came in.
I don't think so. I didn't pass by anyone on my way here. And I happen to know this office only has one entrance and one exit. Which means, whoever it is, they're still in this office somewhere. Let me check the back.
Why you want to do that?
Just wanted to say hello to our guest.
I'm telling you, you're the only one here.
Oh, then you won't mind me checking.
Just get out of here, cop.
There must be someone they don't want us to see. Somewhere behind that wall.
Just as I thought.
This must be whoever was sitting on the sofa and smoking earlier.
My evolver can shoot right through this wall. I should shoot him.
Wait! Is he not getting enough?
What?
Never mind. The person behind the wall is unarmed. I cannot approve the use of evolver in this situation.
Damn it.
Okay. We actually have combat now.
Date, a porno mag at your feet.
Oh,
What?
God.
Hey, did you just shoot at me?
What the fuck? Little guy's packing heat.
Hey, whoa, wait a minute!
Okay.
Date, load a revolver with explosive rounds. Aim for the dragon's gold ball on the right.
The what? Oh, that. Why?
Just do it!
Thrilling. Cool shit, though. Blammo.
Iba, you saved me.
The secret
Everything
lives of
happened
Yakuza
as I
wives.
simulated it.
So, where's this porno mag?
Oh,
You
God.
idiot. There is no adult magazine. However, I know that your reaction time is up to 3.6 times faster when you are excited. I simply took advantage of that behavior.
What the hell? You're a grown man. Aren't you too old to be playing with toys?
Shit!
Hey, coward. I see you. Show your face.
I know you.
So these cigarette cigarette butts, going to be very important later.
That's...
Sejima, so, Congressman.
What is this guy doing here?
Gatling gun. An old-fashioned Gatling gun. About Shoko.
Well, I guess there's no point hiding it now. I lied earlier, when I said I didn't know her.
I thought so. You and the Kumakuras were a part of the fraud scheme Shoko was organizing.
Yep. Whenever any wise-ass investors gave her trouble, we handled it.
Exactly as I suspected. Shoko was affiliated with the Kumakuras.
About Rohan Kumakura.
I heard that the former head of the Kumakuras committed suicide last year.
Yeah, what's it to you?
Nothing at all. I just want to talk about it.
Rohan was my older brother. He was my big brother in this organization, and my blood brother. 6 years,
Yeah,
and
we went
naturally
through all
because
this.
I'm his brother. That's all I'm gonna say. You wanna know more?
Okay. Since we went all through that. About Renju, though.
I've been looking after that guy since high school. It was the usual stuff. I had him help me with a lot of work. But now, it's kind of the opposite, you know? We're getting work from him. Well, we were. Now that he's dead, though.
What work did he have you do?
The usual. If Talon at his office was causing trouble or something.
You ever get into any disputes with Renju doing this work?
No way, he paid good money. I've never even gotten into an argument with the guy.
Do you have an alibi for yesterday and the day before?
Us Kumakuras are a branch of the Ujisaki family. The Ujisaki family runs a yearly golf tournament. Mandatory attendance.
Okay.
We were all at the tournament. We only got back this morning. You can ask the hotel. They'll tell you.
Date, I did some research. The hotel's record of guests does list the Kumakura members. They were also seen on several surveillance cameras. It is not possible that any of the Kumakuras could have killed Shoko, including...
Almost giving me glare. Alright. What are you doing here?
I've had a relationship with the Kumakura since back when Rohan was running things. I had business nearby, so I stopped here for a visit. Whatever conspiracy theory you're imagining in your head, you can forget it. This is strictly business.
Strictly business? A congressman meeting with Yakuza? How are you gonna spin that?
It's true. I imagine my public image will be dragged through the mud. But we haven't done anything illegal. If you want to accuse me of such wrongdoing, then by all means. I just happen to think such gossip is better suited for tabloids.
I see him so often on TV, it feels like I've met him before. About Shoko.
The victim prior to Renju? I believe Moma introduced me to her.
Introduced?
We were just having drinks. Shoko stopped by to say hello.
Right. We didn't talk about anything.
They're trying to give me the runaround.
Indeed.
About Renju.
The president of Lemniscate? We aren't friends, but I did meet him a few times through work.
What work were you doing to meet up with the head of an entertainment company?
It was just some party hosted by some company or other. It's not unusual. Events with those uptight stuffed shirts can be rather dull. So they have some young women from an entertainment office attend. Anyway, we only saw each other a few times. I don't even remember what we spoke about.
Okay, that explains how he knows about Iris. Do you have an alibi for yesterday and the day before?
I went to work, then went home.
So, you have no alibi?
No, I always have my bodyguards near me. If you want to, you can ask them.
Bodyguard testimony can be unreliable. There is a possibility that they would lie to protect Mr. Sajima.
I agree. I can't trust that.
Date, I have determined that these individuals have nothing further to add. Even if they are involved, they will not volunteer any more information. We need solid evidence to move forward with the investigation.
You're right.
Date, a call from Lemniscate.
Connected.
Date? It's me! You remember, like, how you said to call you if Ota came? Well, he's here now, so I guess I'm calling you.
Got it. I'm on my way.
Where are you going?
That's none of your concern. Moma, Congressman Sajima, I think I'm gonna call it a day. I'll come back soon. We'll swap drinking stories.
You serious?
Let's go, Iva.
Roger.
Looking rather irritated. Lemniscate. What time is it? Does it say, or is there more stuff for me? It's evening time.
This is all really suspicious.
What is?
Congressman Sajima and the Kumakuras. There's definitely something going on there.
I agree. But I am not sure it is linked to the new Cyclops serial killings. We need to do further investigation.
Roar like a lion.
Impossible.
How did a jellyfish get in here? So shiny, too.
You utter idiot. It's me.
Renju?
Do I look like Renju?
Mizuki?
It's me.
Boss?
Date, seriously.
Then, are you Mom?
Idiot. They must have increased your dosage too much.
My dosage? Anyway, you're Aiba, right? Why are you here? Looking like that?
I just thought I would protect myself. You seem lonely.
They're drugging me, so I don't remember.
How are you doing this?
I am overlaying the image your left eye processes with augmented reality.
I might be the fucking Cyclops
You can't see
serial
me
killer.
through your right eye, only your left.
You can't just pop into my eyeball without permission.
You do realize I do that all the time, right?
About your appearance.
Come to think of it, you look kind of like you do when you're in Somnium. What's that about?
What do you mean?
Well, you don't usually look like that. You have a Somnium form and another form.
Oh, this?
Yes, that. Why are you doing this now?
I was bored last night, so
Huh?
I thought you would like it.
Why would I like it?
Well, I did attempt to shape myself to your preference.
If you could do that, change it.
I will not.
Why not?
Because I won't.
I'm going to have to get used to this look.
I fear you would eventually grow tired of the other form as well. I just wanted to change my look a little. Think of it as a haircut.
Pretty drastic haircut.
How is So related to the Kumakuros?
I looked into that. Unfortunately, I did not find anything in our database that could connect the two.
I see.
However, I did discover some rumors on the internet. Most of them come across as gossip or conspiracy theories. But would you like to hear them regardless?
Yeah.
Please.
Mr. Sajima currently resides in Azabu. He lives in a mansion, a restored samurai castle.
Of course he does.
But 20 years ago, So Sajima lived elsewhere, in the Kawasaki district to be exact. He lived there until he was 40 years old. The Sajima family owned a vast amount of real estate in the district. Adjusting for inflation, the land was valued above 30 billion yen. The Sajima family sold off its holdings. 6 months later, the incident occurred.
The explosion at the chemical plant.
This caused Kawasaki to become a restricted area. And of course, land prices fell drastically to less than 1/30th their original value. What are your thoughts?
The timing is certainly suspicious. To sell that amount of land just 6 months before it happened.
There is another interesting fact. After the accident, So Sajima purchased all of the land back for just 1 billion yen.
So he's got 29 billion yen in his pocket and 1 billion yen of land.
Correct. Despite the horrific accident, the Sajima family is no worse off.
True. But I don't see the point of it. It's not like you got anything out of it.
That would be true, but there is more to this story.
Okay.
There is another important fact. After the land prices in the Kawasaki region crashed... we will have to continue this conversation later. I am receiving a call from headquarters.
Is this Special Agent Date from Abyss? My name is Akaska, from HQ. I'm investigating the Shoko Nadami case. There's something that you need to hear.
What is it?
We got a phone call earlier from a prisoner at Fuchu Prison.
A prisoner?
We saved the call. I think you should give it a listen. Who is this?
In here, I'm known as number 89.
What is this call concern?
I know who killed Shoko Nadami, and if you let me out of here, I suppose you might say I'm looking for a plea bargain. He will kill again, you know. And he'll take their eye while they're still alive. There will be more bodies. If you want to stop this serial killer, I suggest you take my offer. I'll be seeing you.
Okay.
This has to be a prank.
That's what I thought too. However, we got the call yesterday afternoon, before Renju was killed. In other words...
You're saying he predicted the second crime?
Yeah, I think he did. That's why I thought I should contact you.
Good idea. Thanks, Detective.
Good luck.
I really do think it's so because I don't like
Do
it.
you think there's anything to this?
But I can't rule
don't
out
know.
Renju yet. I mean, he was doing some suspicious shit. Everybody's doing some suspicious shit. My bad. I can't fucking speak English. 6 o'clock.
Oh, Date.
What's wrong? You look like you have a lot on your mind.
Yeah. I just found out online. The corpse at Bloom Park. That was Renju's ex-wife, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
So that was Mizuki's mom. Mizuki saw her own mom. And I just left her. But I didn't know. I knew her as Shoko Nadami. Her last name is different. I didn't know that was Mizuki's mother. I want to apologize to her. I need to tell her that I'm sorry.
Okay. Hey. The girl with the big tits is sitting behind the counter. Yes, exactly what I've decided to call her. Not to her face, of course. You're cute.
You get asked out a lot, don't you? I don't know why you're sitting here behind a desk. You should be an idol.
Oh, thank you. But despite my looks, I am a bit too old to be an idol. I couldn't get into it now.
How old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
I turned 36 this year.
You're kidding.
I mean, we might as well. You want to get some food sometime?
Hey now, that's awfully aggressive. You're an alpha type, aren't you? I kinda like that.
My God.
And I kind of like you.
I mean, we might as well.
But there is one little thing you should know about me.
Go on.
I'm a reptilian.
A what?
Is that going to be a problem?
What's a reptilian?
A reptilian humanoid alien. They are said to be shapeshifters that take on human form.
Yeah, that is definitely going to be a problem.
Oh, too bad.
Thank you for the call.
No problem. After all, it means we get to see each other again.
I'm glad.
Where's Iris?
She's recording a podcast right now.
Still?
Looking at her schedule, it should end soon.
Hey, girl with the big tits.
Excuse me?
Shit, I said it to her face.
Wow.
I want to run away and never look back.
Okay. It's Oda. Where have you been?
Nowhere. Just doing my normal routine.
I don't know your normal routine.
I went to a doujin store to look at the new releases. Then I ate some ramen at Jiro's, and then headed over to the PC cafe to browse threads. You know, normal.
If that's normal, I haven't had a normal day in my life.
About Renju's case. Wait, about Mizuki. Let's focus on the living.
Mizuki didn't seem like she was angry with you.
What? You met Mizuki? Oh, at the interrogation.
That's right. He doesn't know I live with Mizuki. I have no reason to hide it, but it's sort of hard to explain. Yeah, I spoke to Mizuki at her, questioning earlier.
You're sick, Date.
What?
Questioning? That sounds dirty.
How does that sound
If I
dirty?
were writing a light novel, that's exactly how I would describe a sexy scene.
What kind of novels are you writing, kid?
About Renju's case.
I don't know anything. I've only seen Renju a couple of times.
I didn't think it was possible to be this bad at lying.
Though it is plainly obvious, I did a thermal check on Ota's body. This is his current body temperature.
That's what I thought. Have you forgotten, Ota? You're my thrall. You don't want me to tell Iris your secret, do you?
Huh?
Wait, it's no big deal. I just...
You better start talking.
Okay.
About Renju's case.
Last night, I was walking over to Sunfish Pocket, and I saw Renju come out of the building.
Was he alone? Someone was with him. A man. No. A woman. Okay, look. I can tell you're trying to protect her, but you have to help me out here. Was it Iris?
No, it definitely for sure wasn't Tessa.
Got it. So Renju was with Iris.
Damn, Renju just gets
Okay,
around, huh?
fine. There's no point in hiding it, I guess. You're right. Renju came out of the building with Tessa. But Tessa has nothing to do with this. She wouldn't murder anyone. She wouldn't hurt a fly. She's an idol. Idols don't kill people.
You need to stop putting her on a pedestal.
Tessa is a savior to me. The Tessa I know wouldn't hurt anyone.
A savior?
The first time I met her, I had a bad case of writer's block. And I saw all this awful negativity online, and I lost sight of what I really wanted to write. It was the lowest point of my life.
He is talking like a professional, though he hasn't published anything.
Yeah.
Then, by pure chance, I found a video of Tessa singing and dancing, and it made me realize something important. You don't have to care what people think, you know? If you do your best at what you believe in, your message will get through to people. That attitude is something all great creators need to have. After that, I became a huge A-Set fan and got over my writer's block. And I know I'm not the only one Tessa has inspired. A lot of otaku like me say that Tessa is their savior. She cheers them up when they're down. So there's no way Tessa can be involved in murder. Absolutely impossible.
Slow down. I didn't say Iris was the murderer.
But do you suspect her?
I need to hear her side of the story. If I do, I might find out she's totally innocent. If you truly believe that she didn't do it, you should tell me everything you know.
But...
Do it for Iris.
What time did Renju and Iris leave the building?
Around 6:15, I guess.
Where did they go?
I didn't see. They got into Renju's car and drove off.
And what did you do?
I went inside Sunfish Pocket, but I saw a sign that said the entire club was reserved. I figured I would just go home.
What happened?
Date.
Iris, there's something I need to ask you. Come with me.
Sweet. All right. I'm going to hit a quick BRB so I can use the restroom. But we are going to pick this back up in just a moment. Feel free to kick your feet up and relax for a moment. Let's see. Before I hit the BRB, let me click a random thing over here so I can pull up some music. Let's see. This should cover my bases. Be right back. so. I just love this song. Sorry. But we'll jump back into the game now. And we're back. Now we get to interrogate her. Hey, boss.
Iris, I'm going to ask you some questions. Please answer honestly. However, you do not have to say anything that might incriminate you.
The right to remain silent? You're treating me like a criminal.
Not exactly. I'm just looking for the truth. And I would appreciate your cooperation.
Desk. Desk in the middle of the room. Do you have an alibi for last night?
What were you doing from 7 to 9 last night?
I was at home the whole time.
You're sure?
Yes.
Iba, thermograph.
There is no noticeable rise in Iris's body temperature.
She isn't lying.
Not necessarily. We must consider the possibility that she is a natural liar.
With that kind of confidence, her temperature wouldn't change.
Correct.
Renju's estimated time of death was 8 p.m. last night. If Iris' story is true, she couldn't have done it.
There is another possibility. Even if Iris was at home, she could have killed Renju.
You mean...
Can I ask your mother about your alibi?
I'll ask again. You are sure you were at home around 8 p.m. yesterday?
Yes.
Can I ask your mother about your alibi?
You can, but there'd be no point.
Why is that?
My mom wasn't home. She came back home early this morning.
This morning?
Yeah.
Where was she?
I don't know.
You don't know. Come to think of it, Iris' mom had connections to Renju too.
Hitomi did mention that yesterday.
Renju was my classmate at Eitoku High. We've known each other for 20 years now.
However, we have nothing to link her to the case.
But I am curious. What was Hitomi doing last night?
You used to work at Sunfish Pocket.
I heard
right?
you used to work at Sunfish Pocket.
That's right.
How long?
A little over a year.
Working there that long, you're probably pretty familiar with the equipment.
Yeah, I guess.
About the surveillance camera.
What about the surveillance camera? Do you know where those tapes were stored?
What are you trying to say?
When did you find out Renju was killed?
When did you find out Renju was killed?
This morning, on the news.
And you were with Renju last night? You didn't think to call the police and inform them of this?
Oh, sorry. Is that something you're supposed to do? I had a podcast to record this morning, so if I went to the police, I'd be late. And that would cause everyone a lot of trouble, you know?
Is Ota's story true? It's understandable, of course, after suddenly being taken to a place like this.
Here's what Ota told me. Yesterday around 6:15 p.m., you and Renju came out of the Sunfish Pocket building. Is that true?
Yes. Mr. Okiura called me and told me he wanted me to come to Sunfish Pocket, ASAP.
Around what time was that?
5 p.m., I think. I got ready, then headed over there. I guess I got there about an hour later.
Date, I checked her call history. At 4:58 p.m., there is a record of a call to Iris from Renju's phone.
What were you doing with Renju?
What were you doing with Renju?
He asked me about a job.
What kind of job?
He rented out Sunfish Pocket for a party and he wanted me to MC. He said that it was an important party and that a lot of big shots were gonna be there. but the girl he asked to do it originally got sick and couldn't come. But I turned him down.
Why?
Because I'm just an internet idol. I've never done any emceeing before, especially with important people being there.
What did you do? What did you do after you turned him down?
What did you do after you turned him down?
I left with Mr. Okiura at 6:15 p.m. That must have been when Ota saw me.
And after that?
I asked Mr. Okiura to take me home in his car. I got home at 7 p.m. I was home the rest of the night.
What do you think, Aiba?
I cannot detect any contradictions. However, her story appears almost too organized. Human memory is ambiguous. Her use of exact times leads me to be suspicious.
That's true.
Time to dive into her brain. Let me in there.
Am I a suspect?
It's not like that.
It's fine, Date. It's true that I met with Mr. Okiura yesterday. But how do I put this? It's impossible that I'm the killer.
Why?
I'm a teenage girl. Mr. Okiura is a fully grown man.
Oh, she's got a point. A girl like her could have stabbed, poisoned, or shot him dead, but strangling?
I love this, like, visual.
No, it's still possible. You see.
Sunfish Pocket is according to the records, from 6:30 p.m. until the body was found. The elevator stopped on the second floor only once. At 8:55 p.m., the total weight detected in the elevator was approximately 310 pounds. Iris could have choked Renju to death. If you are searching for proof of this, you will not find it here.
Ah, there it is. I forgot.
A heavy concentration of sedatives were discovered in Renju's body. Renju was practically in a coma before he died. He wouldn't have struggled.
So, Iris could have strangled him.
Wait a minute. Even if I was somehow able to kill him, the rest of it is impossible.
The rest of it?
Like hanging up his body?
How do you know that?
What do you mean? It's all over the news.
That's true. Renju weighed about 160 pounds. Even if she used her entire body weight, I don't think she could have hauled him up.
Right. It would be hard for her to do it with her strength alone. But with a little ingenuity, it could be done.
Ingenuity?
The oil drum inside, the type that has a lid you can open, with about a 200-liter capacity. Empty, it weighs approximately 44 pounds. Renju's corpse was discovered at the maid cafe Sunfish Pocket, hanging from a beam on the ceiling by a wire. He was found over the counter. The wire was attached on both ends. One end was attached to a hook that was embedded inside Renju's jaw. The other end was attached to beer kegs found on the floor. The kegs hold approximately 20 liters of liquid. They weigh approximately 55 pounds each.
There it is.
It went like this. First, Renju was laid out on the counter. Next, the wire was thrown over the beam and connected to the hook in his jaw. Then all you need to do is put the 3 beer kegs on the counter.
You think a teenage girl could have done that?
I'm sure it was hard. The kegs weighed 55 pounds each. But that's not impossible, even for a teenage girl.
I guess it isn't impossible.
After that, you get on top of the counter, hook the other end of the wires to the kegs, and then, what do you think happens if you kick the kegs off the counter?
The 3 kegs weighed 165 pounds altogether. Renju weighs 5 pounds less. I guess that would make it possible. But there is one more thing.
What?
Considering the state of the crime scene, it's clear Renju was killed elsewhere and brought to where we found him. If Iris is the culprit, how did she move the body?
Hey!
I know. You're going to say you couldn't have moved a 160-pound body.
Unfortunately for her, she could have.
How?
The autopsy determined that Renju However, no trace of this means that it is highly likely Renju was killed elsewhere and moved to where he was found. Renju's estimated TOD, numerous hemorrhages in the blood vessels of the weapon used to commit the murder was some kind of twisted cloth. The criminal likely wrapped it around Renju's neck and pulled. Renju then suffocated. The more precise cause of death is cerebral circulation failure due to vessel closure in the neck. In short, Renju was strangled.
We get there.
Do you know what this is? It's Renju's favorite watch. This was discovered inside an empty oil drum at Sunfish Pocket.
Hey, Date, I know you're on a roll right now, but could you please report things like that according to protocol?
Yeah, Date. You bad man.
What are you trying to say?
I'm saying that it wouldn't be so hard to move a body if it were in a cylinder. You would just have to roll it.
So you're saying Renju's body was moved inside the drum, which is how the watch came off. But the suspect didn't notice it.
I'm not saying anything for sure. Just pointing out that it's possible.
I didn't do it! You don't even have any witnesses! If I were rolling an oil drum in the middle of the street, people would have noticed!
You could have put it in a car and driven it.
I don't have a license!
Doesn't mean you can't drive. Even an AI can drive nowadays.
Are you mocking me?
Don't make sudden outbursts like that.
You insulted me!
Just be quiet.
Who are you talking to?
Anyway, Iris, you weigh about 105 pounds, right?
Where is this coming from?
If only you weighed more. Or less.
That is none of your business.
No, I mean that your weight is relevant to the case. If the oil drum was used to transport the corpse, then the possibility of the suspect being around 105 pounds is extremely likely.
Why do you say that?
Because that equals 300
Iris,
pounds.
on which floor is Sunfish Pocket located?
On the second floor?
That's right. So, I checked the elevator records. Before the corpse was discovered, the elevator only stopped at the second floor once, at 8:55 p.m. And we discovered that the total cargo weight on the elevator was about 310 pounds. Renju weighed 160. The oil drum weighs 44. Together, that's about 205. Subtracting that from 310...
This doesn't look good.
Why are you...
Now, this obviously doesn't prove you're the murderer. A lot of people weigh 105 pounds.
Shit, where?
Or someone could have put 105 extra pounds in the elevator, sent it up, and taken the stairs to throw us off the trail. However,
Date, stop. Iris is acting strange. Don't turn around.
why not?
Just stay put. Keep your eyes on the wall. There are several cameras in this room. 2 surveillance cameras installed at the corners of the ceiling, and 1 camera on a tripod. I hacked each to gain access to their recordings. Look at this.
She's fidgeting around. Is she doing something under the desk?
That's what it looks like. But we need to confirm something before we confront her. We need to know that she is in fact doing something under the desk.
Without turning around?
Yes.
How would I do that?
Hell yeah. Enhance.
Ah, shit.
Wait.
Iris, what are you thinking? What is that thing? Hey, answer me, Iris.
She's definitely hiding something, Date.
Okay.
Sync with her.
Yeah. Oh no, fuck, it's Minecraft again. God.
Iris is experiencing REM sleep. The medication is working perfectly.
Everybody seems to be on medication.
How
in
about
this
it,
game.
Pate? Think you can do it?
Not a problem. Get it started.
We should have some timies.
The time limit is 6 minutes. So before time is up,
I know.
then let's begin.
Is it Shovel Forge again, or do we get... Oh, hell yeah, we get actual, like... fucked up shit. Oh. This is the Okiuri Fishery. I think.
What is this place?
It looks depressing. How is this related to Iris?
Unknown, but there must be a connection.
Iris, what are you hiding?
Somnium scan! Activate!
Alright. Let's see. What do we have here? First one's a TV. Second one is the windows. Third one is the ground. Fourth one is the wall behind us, which has a doorway. A mysterious room, videos, and a strange device. You may be able to find the truth. Alright. We're gonna hit our menu. We're gonna save.
A CRT TV.
She playing Melee? Ooh. Negative timies. Spin the dial.
Oh, shit. What is this video?
It is difficult to believe, but these are the faces of the victims of the original Cyclops killer.
What? What is going on here? Iris, what are you hiding?
We should continue. There are more objects to inspect now.
Saw the murder video.
A torso with a head.
If it has a head, is it still called a torso?
What would you call it?
Choke it. I don't know if anything's happening, but it got real intense.
Even my consciousness is being affected.
While I was unconscious, the room changed.
I'm tired of this. We have no choice but to investigate.
Strangled the body. Yeesh. It's got dark. But I have another branching path coming up. Cool.
4 minutes.
An old television.
Turn the dial. Somebody's just watching this person do it.
That video showed the face of a victim of the original Cyclops killer. It appeared to be the second victim.
What is going on? Iris has something to do with the first Cyclops case?
Unknown. I do not have enough information.
Guess that means we have to investigate more.
Indeed. The oil drum, shelf, and another torso have been added.
Let's go.
Only a shelf.
Let's make sure we have the best of our time used.
That shelf sticking out. It seems odd.
Watch your head.
What happened?
A metal ball must have fallen off the shelf.
Why would anyone put that there?
Beat it to death.
3 minutes, Date.
An iron ball. It looks quite heavy.
No. No.
Where should I throw it?
Throw it that way.
Understood.
I didn't mean to do that.
It is unexpectedly light. All right.
I feel like that ball hit me in the head.
Now, a TV and an old book have appeared.
I hope this is the last time.
This is crazy. Bro, this is actually really cool. Where's the old book? Did another... Oh, there's the other TV.
An old-fashioned TV.
Because I get another 1/6 time one. Because I now understand how this works.
Please. Help me. Help me.
I think I've chosen the darkest path for this.
This was the third victim of the original Cyclops killer.
Why does Iris know that?
There is a possibility that she saw it online or on TV.
She even reproduced the circumstances of the killing. Would her imagination explain that?
Date, we have no direct evidence. For now, we must continue investigating.
Right.
You have less than 2 minutes, Date. Hurry.
Just a locker.
Iba?
It's all right. More importantly,
Rube Goldberg machine, sweet. Okay. What the actual fuck? I'm so lost, but Rube Goldberg machines make me happy, so whatever. What the actual fuck just occurred?
that is...
Who do we see? Is that Dante's face? Disassociated persona. So, without medication, I'm a murderer. Wait. Showing of right eye.
What happened in that Somnium?
We saw it too.
The 4 murdered women are without a doubt the victims of the original Cyclops serial killings.
That means...
the murders that occurred 6 years ago. Are these memory fragments that coalesced in this Somnium?
No. That means the person who killed them was...
me. Well.
The Cyclops killer appeared 6 years ago. I lost my memory 6 years ago. There has to be some kind of connection.
There isn't. It's a coincidence.
Really?
Really.
You're just trying to protect me, and that's why you're the best. Why did the original Cyclops killer appear in Iris's Somnium?
You can't dream of something you know nothing about.
That means Iris must know about the killings.
6 years ago, Iris was 12.
Did she witness the crime at age 12? And not just one, but all 4?
The blue figure from the sink.
Help me understand this. What I saw during the sink earlier, that was the scene of the original Cyclops serial killings, right?
Yeah.
So the person doing the killing was the original Cyclops killer.
Right.
Did you see him? He was...
I saw your face. The original Cyclops killer was...
It can't be. That's impossible.
Date, you cannot say that for certain. You have no memories past 6 years ago.
So perhaps, Mr. Date, you are the killer. You're missing your left eye, so you steal them from others.
Yeah, but the original
I'm kidding.
killer took
You
the
can't
right
be the
eyes.
Cyclops killer.
Really?
Of course not. Do you think I would hire a serial killer? You interrogated Iris before the sink. What you saw in the Somnium was just a manifestation of the fear you put in her.
Serious look, okay. About the original Cyclops serial killings.
Didn't I tell you? The entire case is a state secret. No matter how many times you ask, I won't tell you anything.
Come on, Peter. The red figure from the sink.
In the Somnium earlier, I saw someone else who might be the criminal. Who was he?
I wouldn't know.
Why did the original Cyclops killer appear in Iris' Somnium?
The Sinker does not always experience the Somnium they expect. Dreams are pieced together from memories, even repressed subconscious ones. When using the sync machine for an investigation, we don't always see the memories we expect to see. True, oftentimes a subject will subconsciously want to express their dark secrets and repressed memories. That is why we see them so often in Somnia, and why those Somnia are so useful for criminal investigations. But this is not a guarantee. We cannot control the content of our dreams, after all. It's like I told you before. Dreams are pieced together from memories, even repressed subconscious ones. This can be expressed as an equation. Dream D equals memory A plus memory B plus memory C. This, of course, means that Dream D is a fictional event. However, the same cannot necessarily be said about memory A, B, and C.
Okay.
Those happened in reality. In other words, fiction is built from combinations of reality.
So what I saw in Somnium earlier...
Yes. I believe Iris actually witnessed those events.
Are all memories real?
Pewter, you said that memories happened in reality, right? But what about false memories? How do we know if the memory really happened?
Even false memories are built from the pieces of real ones. If you disassemble those pieces, you will find real events.
What about things you see in movies or television?
The events might be fictional, but the experience is not. Our imaginations are limited to what we have seen. We cannot invent something whole cloth.
Okay. About the original Cyclops killer.
Remember what the boss said this morning. The original Cyclops killer has yet to be brought to justice. After the investigation got going, it was taken over by the government and classified. That was the last we heard anything about it. Of course, they paid lip service to the idea that the investigation was ongoing, but in reality, it was dropped completely.
About the original and new incidents.
I don't believe there's any meaningful connection. Between the original and new Cyclops serial killings, I mean.
Why is that?
The culprit is not the same. I am absolutely certain the original Cyclops killer could not have committed these crimes.
How can you be so sure?
Because I can. Don't worry about it. Just trust me.
Summarize for me. I didn't learn anything from speaking with Boss and Pewter. If anything, the mystery only grew deeper. Pewter shook me from my thoughts.
Dante, it looks like Iris is about to wake up.
Got it.
I headed to the sink room.
Hey, Iris. About that dream earlier.
Dream? What dream?
There is no point in asking her, Date. The subject of a sink does not experience somnium in the way that you do. They will not remember it.
Then what about the Cyclops killer from 6 years ago?
Cyclops killer? I remember hearing it on the news. But I was just a little girl. I don't remember anything specific.
You don't?
No.
What about the scene of the murder?
I don't know. I've never been there.
But...
Dreams are pieced together from memories, even repressed subconscious ones.
Okay.
You can't dream of something you know nothing about.
I feel like that's untrue.
Date, could you take Iris home?
Huh?
But maybe I'm
We do
wrong.
not have enough evidence to hold her. Even in Somnium, we couldn't find anything. The law demands that we release her.
You cannot decline, Date.
Oh boy.
Date, could we make a stop first?
Sure. Where?
Marble. It's a bar in Golden Yokocho.
You know about that place?
Yeah, Mr. Okiura took me before.
Why do you want to go there?
There's something I want to talk about.
We can't talk here?
It might take a while.
What do you think?
There's no reason to refuse. Besides, there's a lot I want to ask her, too. All right, sure.
Iris nodded and pulled out her phone. She's sending a Nile message to someone? I was curious, but I didn't want to pry. I turned the wheel and drove to Marble. Nah. She's setting up some shit. It's a trap. Immediately go somewhere else. Sunday, 9:41 p.m. When we walked in, I didn't see Mama anywhere. To my surprise, I saw Oda sitting at the counter.
Tessa!
Oh, Ota!
I mean, he's old enough to be in here. Specials are written on the chalkboard. Isn't your phone broken?
No, this is my new one. You're thinking of the one I dropped in that puddle.
Never thought I'd run into you here.
I was nihiling with Tessa earlier. She said she was going to Marbles, so... I got here just before you did. Look, I was really worried about her. She was about to be charged with a serious crime.
Looks like he's bothered by something. Where's Mama?
Oh, she left a little while ago. She said something about going to help an acquaintance. She told me to watch the place until she got back.
How well do you know Mama?
Not at all. It's my first time here.
I wasn't particularly surprised. Mama's always depended on the kindness of strangers ever since she opened Marble. What was that thing about?
This actually works out nicely. I want to ask you something, Ota. It's about a Nile message you sent Iris. You said you wouldn't tell anyone about that thing. That you'd stay quiet no matter what. What were you talking about?
Well,
I'll tell her about the two-witter thing. I swear I'll do it.
Geez, fine. Just don't tell anyone else, okay? But before I tell you, who's that?
What?
At the door. Someone's standing outside.
Motherfucker. $2:48 a.m. Damn, they put me out. When I woke up, I was lying on the sofa.
Where am I?
My head was killing me and my memory was foggy. I felt a sudden pain in my neck. I shot up, rubbing my neck while I looked over at the counter. I saw a monster staring back at me. That's just rude. Took me a few seconds before I realized it was just Mama.
It looks like you're awake now.
As Mama spoke to me, it all came rushing back. I remembered everything. Where's Ota?
Ota? The boy I asked to watch the bar?
I'd say he's too old to be called a boy, but yeah.
He was already gone when I came back. All I saw was you getting your beauty sleep on the floor.
Damn it, Ota. What are you thinking?
It appears that he took off with Iris.
What were you doing during all this?
My power was shut down due to the stun gun. I have rebooted in safe mode and am now operational.
Why didn't you wake me up?
I tried. You wouldn't budge. I thought you were passed out drunk, so I left you like that.
But I didn't have a glass in front of me, right?
So you weren't drunk?
Didn't have a single drop.
Oh, I thought you were drinking straight out of the bottle. Just like the old days.
What time is it?
It'll be 3 o'clock soon. In the morning, of course.
Jesus.
Date, the boss is calling.
Oh, how am I gonna report this one?
Date, listen. Stay calm, but this is an emergency. Just now, the killer... Well, just watch the video. I sent the address to Iba.
Oh shit.
Iris.
Her eye's already gone, but she's breathing. I know where that is.
No, that's...
The criminal is streaming this live.
Iva, the source.
Identified. The Okiura Fishery Cold Storage Warehouse, Koto District.
Okiura?
Date, focus. We need to get to the site, now.
I think Mama ran out of marble. I don't know why I'm talking fast.
What's our ETA?
Our destination is far from here. 20 minutes at the fastest.
Please, please let me make it in time. That sick bastard!
Tessa! Hold on! I'll save you!
Ota!
It's Oda.
Stay away from Tessa! Ah!
He's doing the fake bad guy thing. I kept my foot on the gas the whole time. I could feel the sweat on my palms. The engine raised a high-pitched scream, but I could barely hear it. My heartbeat was pounding in my ears, shaking me to the core. How much time had passed? The feeling of time itself had disappeared. Eventually, the car reached a long bridge. Shortly after, the image changed.
No, it can't be. No. Stop!
Bro, is he gonna show it? Bro, sick shit. So we're looking for a polar bear.
No!
Well, maybe I was wrong about Oda, because I don't think he would actually kill the girl. There's two cars here. Pull out your piece. It's time to kill somebody. Good boy. Pull off the mask, see who it is. Oh, wow. Okay.
Ota.
Monday, 10:02 a.m.
There you are. Finally. I was looking all over for you. It's rare to see you down like this, but it's understandable. You blame yourself for this, don't you? Beating yourself up about taking Iris to Marble, and about letting Ota get the upper hand on you. Am I right? Shall I tell you what Investigation HQ thinks?
Yes, please.
Ota Matsushita is a criminal stalker who committed murder-suicide. Ota had a selfish love for Iris.
There were 2 vehicles there.
He was under the delusion that Iris loved him too. But Iris refused Ota. So Ota decided that he and Iris should be together in the afterlife, killed her, then killed himself.
But why the bear?
That's ridiculous. Ota would never kill Iris. And how do you explain the other 2 murders? Iris's left eye was hollowed out. Just like Renju and Shoko. Those 3 murders were definitely executed by the same person. The new Cyclops killer. There's no way that's Ota. Too many pieces don't fit. Too many contradictions, like killing Iris.
Yeah.
Such as?
Let's break it down. The boss is sitting in front of me. Ota had no incentive to kill Renju.
Maybe he was thinking like this. The reason Iris and I can't be together is because her agency prohibits it. Making the president, Renju, the ultimate bad guy in his mind.
Mizuki is Ota's close friend. Do you really think Ota would kill his friend's father?
Ota had no incentive to kill Shoko.
Shoko was married to Renju. Maybe he was trying to get at Renju by killing her.
That's a stretch. They've been divorced for years. Ota knows all about it. He wouldn't use Shoko to get to Renju.
What about the polar bear costume?
The culprit was wearing a polar bear costume, probably to hide their identity. But if murder-suicide was the plan, the costume served no purpose.
And Ota's behavior during the video.
Stay away from Tessa!
Ota showed himself on the stream. If he was gonna kill Iris and then himself, why would he do that? The only reason you would show yourself like that is to prove that you weren't the culprit. Ota and the polar bear on the screen at the same time would prove that they're not the same person. That behavior would be totally unnecessary if he was gonna commit suicide anyway.
Well, maybe he wasn't planning on dying at first. After he killed Iris, he realized that he couldn't live with himself.
So he lies down on the workbench and turns on the ice-cutting machine himself? I don't buy it.
There are some additional discrepancies. I analyzed the investigation report. Judging by his wound, Ota was stabbed in the side by a kitchen knife or something similar.
Ooh.
Are you sure?
I am.
I told the boss what Iba found.
Oh, I know that.
Well?
Ota could have stabbed himself. Maybe he thought it would be a fatal wound, but when it didn't work, he went for the ice-cutting machine.
It's a little fucking overkill, and plus I would aim it at my face.
Then, shouldn't we have recovered the kitchen knife from the scene?
Maybe he threw it in the ocean.
Boss, come on. Ota goes out to the water, stabs himself in the gut, throws the knife over the side, then walks back to the warehouse?
Well, I wasn't being serious. I didn't think Ota was the culprit from the beginning. I was just playing devil's advocate for HQ.
Really?
Yes, really.
You're such a good person, boss.
Anyway, Ota didn't kill anyone, and he didn't kill himself. Here's what I think happened.
Come on, let's get it.
Stay away from Tessa!
Ota knew Iris was kidnapped, so he rushed onto the scene. That's when he saw the culprit wearing the polar bear costume. He tried to fight him off, but ended up being stabbed in the side. He was weakened and losing blood at the culprit's mercy. The culprit forced him into the costume, then under the ice cutting machine. And then...
Then, who is the culprit?
Oda's dad.
I wish I knew.
We've never seen
We're
him.
up to 4 victims. But Ota was a special circumstance. He wasn't specifically targeted by the culprit.
Right. And he was the only one to not have his eye pulled out.
So let's focus on the 3 other victims. Shoko, Renju, and Iris. What connects these 3?
Limnescape.
Connections.
If you find a connection between the victims, you find a connection to the culprit. That's the theory of investigation, right?
So... MoMA.
You think the new Cyclops killer is related to them somehow?
Maybe, maybe not. But it's a good starting point.
Iris's mother, Hitomi.
Hitomi and Renju are definitely linked. They were high school classmates, and she did say that she met Shoko twice. But I can't imagine she would kill Iris in such a gruesome way. No matter what the circumstances were, it seems impossible to me.
Ota's mother, Mayumi.
Mayumi had motive for killing Iris and Renju. Mayumi hated Iris, and she didn't think well of Lemniscate either. And since Renju is the president... Anyway, the weak point is Renju's ex-wife, Shoko. I can't imagine why Mayumi would kill her. And above all else, she would never harm her only son, let alone kill him.
Yeah. Momo Kumakura.
Renju and Shoko were connected to the Kumakuras, but there's no connection to Iris.
But there is. Congressman So Sejima.
Renju, Shoko, and So. There is a connection between Renju and Shoko through the Kumakuras, but again, I can't see any clear link to Iris.
Me.
I know Renju and Shoko, and I'm connected to Iris, but I have an alibi. Aside from Shoko, there's no way I could have killed any of them. No, now that I think about it, Shoko too. I don't remember killing her. My memories from 6 years ago are missing, but I still have my memory of recent events. And if I start doubting myself now...
Date, I can say without a doubt that there is 0 possibility you are the new Cyclops killer.
Now the old one, we don't have too many fucking...
I have been working with you for years. I know better than anyone that you are innocent.
Renju and Shoko's daughter, Mizuki.
Mizuki has the strongest connections with all 3 victims. Shoko and Renju were her parents, and she was close friends with Iris. She was good friends with Ota too. But that's why I could never believe Mizuki would kill all 4 of them. Thinking of her as a suspect is ridiculous.
What's her weight?
I thought it over, boss. Of the people I know, I can't peg any of them as the murderer.
And no leads to pursue?
No.
Then there's only one thing you can do. Continue your investigation. Do whatever it takes to get the culprit. To get justice for the victims.
You're right. Got it, boss.
The receptionist has a link to all 3. All right. Cold storage warehouse. I stepped into the cold storage warehouse. The air conditioning wasn't running, but it was still cold. The temperature hadn't raised much at all. The cold air sunk into my skin, but the center of my body was burning hot.
This forklift is old. It does not appear to be functional. It has not been moved in some time.
A forklift. I don't see anything special about it. Iris and Ota were sliced in 2 by this ice-cutting machine. Iris and Ota.
Iris's estimated time of death and cause of death have been confirmed. The video was not a recording. It was a live stream filmed in real time.
Which means Iris's time of death is 3:20 a.m.
Iris also had her left eye removed.
Yeah.
And like Renju and Shoko, Iris's left eyeball has not been recovered.
Ice cutting machine. Workbench.
Right here. Iris and Ota were.
I am sure you are already aware of Ota's time of death.
Just before I arrived. About 3:30 in the morning.
And the cause of death.
Right, about that. Ota had a stab wound from a kitchen knife in his side.
Correct.
What was the exact cause of death? Was it the knife wound, or...?
I cannot determine that. I can conclude that the knife wound was at least close to being fatal. Even if Ota was still alive on the workbench, he was certainly on the verge of death. If he weren't already extremely weak, we would expect to see more signs of struggle.
Maybe Ota was trying to help Iris, jumping at the criminal. That led to a scuffle, and Ota ended up with a knife wound in his side. He lost all his power to fight back. He was forcibly put inside the costume, then finally cut open by the ice-cutting machine.
But why? Why did the culprit put the costume on Ota?
Unknown.
To throw off suspicion.
A video camera and laptop. This is what the criminal used to stream. All of these items have been bought from pawn shops and thrift stores. It would be difficult to determine a suspect from them. I have logged into the Wi-Fi in this warehouse. Okiura Fishery Co., Ltd. is listed as the owner. However, I found the password written directly on the router. Anyone who saw it could have used it.
Okay.
I have done some research. As the name suggests, the company is owned by the Okiuras. The same Okiuras we know. Renju's father created the company.
Another connection to Renju.
No, actually. Currently, Okiura Fishery has nothing to do with Renju. The company has been managed by office representatives for the past 17 years after Renju's father died. Renju holds no shares and is not involved in the management. In short, Renju did not inherit the company from his father, and it was instead given to other persons.
But it can't be a coincidence.
It certainly is suspicious. Date, we should get moving. Officers from the local jurisdiction are checking the warehouse thoroughly. We will not find anything of importance here.
Yeah, you're right.
You can ask CSI to inform you if they find anything.
All right.
Let me know if you find anything. I'll let them know. I let them know, then left the warehouse. I don't know why that was so difficult for me to read. When I left the warehouse, I saw Pewter. What is he doing here? He walked up to me while I was trying to work it out.
Date, I have to talk to you about something.
Huh?
About the original Cyclops serial killings.
Why this all of a sudden?
Because I want you to solve this case, Mr. Date. I want you to find who did this and bring them to justice. So, if I can help you, even a little...
Why didn't you say anything at Abyss?
The boss was there. I couldn't speak openly in front of her. So, I decided to meet you here.
All right. Let's hear it.
Okay, good stuff.
Earlier, I told you that I was completely certain the original Cyclops killer couldn't have committed these crimes.
Yes.
I am absolutely certain the original Cyclops killer could not have committed these crimes. Let me explain why. I'll start by telling you the identity of the Cyclops killer. Although, it's more accurate to say, killers.
Oh.
More than one?
In the first series of killings, the culprit had an accomplice. One of them was born a murderous psychopath. The other is Rohan Kumakura, the previous chairman of the Kumakuras.
Okay.
They each had a role to play. The murderer committed the homicide, and Rohan removed the eyeball.
About Rohan.
18 years ago, Rohan took a woman's eye. She was already dead. He put his finger into her eye socket and gouged it out. The reason why was simple. He was fascinated by women's eyes. Their beauty stimulated his greed and his desire to possess them. He needed to have them, to make them his own. Driven by this instinctive impulse, he took the woman's eye. From then on, he acquired a grotesque obsession with the eyes of dead women. He was very particular about his need that the eye belonged to a deceased woman. But even being the head of a Yakuza gang, there weren't too many opportunities for him to indulge. His deepest, darkest desire went unfulfilled for years. However, he soon met his ideal partner, the aforementioned psychopath. The Cyclops killer would commit the murder, and Rohan would take the eye. Thus, a mutually beneficial relationship was established. This was the origin of the Cyclops serial killings. At about the same time, you were assigned to Abyss.
Why did the Cyclops case get classified? Wait, who was the murderous psychopath?
He was born with a brain dysfunction. Due to damage to the posterior pituitary gland, he was unable to properly secrete oxytocin.
Oxytocin is a peptide hormone linked to feelings of love, affection, and trust. It is colloquially referred to as the love hormone. It causes a tranquilizing effect which improves mood and relieves stress. It is normally secreted when the body makes contact with an object of affection, such as an embrace or caress.
I need me some of that.
I'm sure you know what this implies, but he was unable to feel love in the way that we do. However, he was able to experience a substitute. His brain was wired in such a way that allowed him to feel satisfaction through other means.
Oh boy.
Due to the unique idiosyncrasies of his brain, he was able to release large amounts of dopamine and endorphins by performing a certain action.
What was it?
Murder.
Yeah.
Dopamine is a hormone linked to the reward system of the brain. The pleasant feeling attained through accomplishment is dopamine. Endorphins are a kind of brain narcotic. They dull pain and create a feeling of happiness.
He got pleasure from killing people?
It's slightly more complicated than that. Killing people was the only way he could get pleasure. He was 12 when he took his first life. That enlightened him to the pleasure of murder, which he would do again and again.
Why did the Cyclops case get classified?
That, I don't know.
The details of the original Cyclops serial killings case have become nebulous over time. Even the official investigation material contains nothing of value. I am unable to draw any conclusions from them.
You really have no idea?
If I did, I would tell you.
Summarize for me.
The original Cyclops killer had an accomplice.
There were 2 Cyclops killers.
And one of them was the former chairman of the Kumakuras, Rohan Kumakura.
Rohan committed suicide by jumping to his death 1 year ago.
That means... Pewter, tell me this. One of the original killers is dead, I know that. But that means one remains. Who is he?
After his 4th murder, he was arrested by the police. They actually picked him up on other charges. But, in any case, he is currently serving a life sentence in Fuchu prison.
Fuchu prison?
Yes.
What's his name?
In prison, he doesn't have a name. He is simply called Number 89.
Number 89?
I know who killed Shogun Adami.
So, now you know why I said that. that the original Cyclops killer couldn't have committed these crimes. Because one is dead and the other is behind bars. Neither of them had the opportunity.
I need to go to the Date residence to check on Mizuki. Because she's going to be distraught. Mizuki is curled up on the sofa. She looked like a small animal frightened by a predator. About Oda. About Iris. This is going to be quick. About Okira Fishery Cold Storage Warehouse.
Mizuki must know about Iris and Ota.
Of course. The news was distributed heavily across the internet. Not just in Japan, but worldwide. 3 days ago, Mizuki discovered her mother's body. 2 days ago, her father's. This morning, 2 of her best friends. It is completely understandable that she is at her mental limit.
Can I be left alone for a while?
Yeah, just lock the door.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
She certainly didn't seem so, but I can't stay by her side forever.
Aiba, contact Abyss. See if they can get Mizuki a good counselor.
Understood.
I stayed with her for a little while, but we didn't speak. Having nothing more to say, I left. Refrigerator. Ah, boy. Let's go to the Sagan residence. Console a certain... When I visited the Sagan household, I found Hitomi with a hollow look in her eyes. She let me in and asked me to sit on the sofa. I agreed and sat down. But after that, I couldn't say a single word. The heavy silence weighed on both of us. Hitomi is composed. She's hiding her sorrow deep in her heart. She's gentle but strong. About Iris.
Iris was my everything. We always went everywhere together. Whether it was buying clothes, or going to the movies, or taking a walk, or going shopping at the supermarket. When she was young, she would just hold one of my fingers. Her hand was too small to hold mine. Then it was 2, then 3, and finally she could hold my hand. But eventually, she left my hands altogether. She started crossing her arms, being independent, even though she needed constant attention growing up. Her memories are a part of this room. And always will be. When she was a baby, she fell off that sofa and cried and cried. One day she tore up her picture book all over the floor here. Another time she drew with crayons all over the window. She painted my portrait on Mother's Day. Scratches on the floor, chipped plates, burn marks on the table, stains on the cushions. Everything you see. It all holds a memory of her.
You thought a murder game was gonna get this heavy, huh? Shit. Taking a levity moment to... Goddamn. I mean, we're about to dive right back into it, and the music hasn't changed. How you doing? You doing all right there, champ? Okay. Well, let's get back to the sad. Here. In case you want to say something. It's okay. I'm here.
But... why?
So about Oda.
Oda was one of my students.
I taught him in elementary school. I heard it from the police. Oda tried to help Iris and ended up... I don't know what to say. I have no words.
There's a drawing on the wall. Can you think of any information?
Hitomi, my entire focus is on this case. Is there anything at all you can tell me?
I don't know if this is important, but
No, please, tell me.
I may have told you this already. I met Renju's wife Shoko twice before. The first time at the wedding, the second time a month ago. That second time was in the waiting room of the prison.
Prison?
There's an acquaintance of mine from when we were younger. I visit them a few times a year. And by coincidence, I saw Shoko. I don't think she noticed me, but I recognized her as Renju's wife right away. She was there for the same reason I was, to visit one of the inmates.
Do you know who?
No, I don't. We didn't talk.
Which prison?
Fuchu Prison, in Tokyo.
Yeah.
Fuchu.
Good. Give me more details.
Prison?
Check visitor records. Hurry up, Iva.
I'm sorry to have bothered you. I'll be going now.
I don't know what to do. Thinking about her. Dante, please, you have to catch them. Please. Please.
I will. Trust me.
Well. I need a break from talking to grieving mothers, so we're gonna go to Marble. I know, priorities, right? I'm a bastard, but, like... Marble is really out there. Yeah, let's go to Marble first. God damn it. We need to talk about Rohan Kumakura.
Are you okay, honey?
Huh?
About last night. Well, at 3 in the morning, anyway.
You know about it?
It's on every channel. You have the face of a ghost. Do you want a glass?
I don't need a drink. I need information. Do you have anything?
Well, let's see. I do have... I suppose you could call it intuition.
Okay.
Tell me.
Information about the incident.
The Kumakuras are involved in this case. Remember what I told you before? That there's a relationship between Ren and the Kumakuras? Shoko also has a relationship with them. You know about her dealings with the Kumakuras, right?
So basically, 2 of the victims are linked to the Kumakuras. That must mean they're involved somehow, right?
Not 2, 3.
3? Iris?
No, not that one. The boy. He came here last night.
Ota?
Yes, from Matsushita Diner. He's linked to the Kumakuras as well.
How is Oda related to the Kumakuras? Do tell.
Have you heard the rumor?
Mama told me a similar story to Iva's. About So Sejima in the Kawasaki district. The basic idea is this. 8 years ago, So sold his land to the Kawasaki district for 300 billion yen. Half a year later, an explosion at the chemical plant caused the land prices to drop drastically. So bought back the land for 1 billion yen. Almost like he knew beforehand that the accident would happen. Did So blow it up or conspire to blow it up? No, that wouldn't make sense. So wouldn't gain anything from that. He would end up with $29 billion in cash and $1 billion in land. It's a net zero. But there's more to the story. About So in the Kabasaki district.
The Kumakuras own a handful of real estate companies. They, of course, look legit, but they're Yakuza fronts. I'll call those real estate companies the KE to keep it simple for you. The KE followed in So's footsteps. They bought up land in Kabasaki. Now, back to So. Have you heard of the plans for the casino in Kabasaki? So was the one who came up with it.
I was born and raised in Kabasaki. I remember the landscape of my childhood, and I loved it dearly. But look at Kabasaki now. When I see images of the destruction on television, my heart aches like it's being chopped to pieces. But I promise you, I will revive the Kabasaki district at any cost. Casino Town Kabasaki will give new life to the city.
After that, So moved fast. He submitted the bills he needed to the National Assembly after drumming up support in the right places. The bills passed, and it became an official government initiative.
Decontamination efforts therefore increased at a rapid pace in the Kabasaki district. At the moment, the area is still considered off-limits. However, the air in Kabasaki is currently purified to such an extent that it has no negative effect on the human body.
If the plan goes smoothly, land prices in Kabasaki are going to skyrocket. And all that land is owned by the KE. And by So himself. The land he bought back for $1 billion will be worth 10 times that soon.
He's involved in some shady business.
So about So in the Kabasaki district again.
This is just another rumor, but the chemical plant exploding was no accident. It was done intentionally.
By So and the Kumakuras, you mean?
But there's no hard evidence of that. It's just gossip.
What about Ota and the Kumakuras?
What were we talking about again?
Ota and the Kumakuras.
Okay.
Oh, right. You know how Matsushita Diner is close to the Kabasaki district? The chemical plant explosion made times hard. Foot traffic went down, sales declined. No wonder it closed down. Ota must hold a grudge. Someone caused that explosion. And if it was intentional, he'd hate them even more. That's how I link Ota to the Kumakuras.
Say goodbye.
Thank you, Mama. I don't know if what you told me will lead to anything, but...
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to waste your time.
No, it was very helpful.
I'm glad I can help, even if it's just a little.
Well then, be seeing you.
Come back anytime.
All right. We have to go console the grieving mothers. It's kind of our thing. Maybe we'll actually see the elusive father, too. The place was silent. It was so quiet I felt like I could hear the floating dust. I stepped inside. I thought it was empty, but I saw a shadow in the corner of my eye. It was Mayumi. It was like watching a decaying old tree cling pathetically to the earth. Sorry to interrupt. Do you want to talk about it? About Ota.
This is your fault. I heard from the police. Because you didn't take care of Iris. My boy Ota got involved.
Date, I looked into the investigation report. Mayumi confirmed Ota's body early this morning.
I see.
I'm sorry. I want to be alone right now. Did you not hear me? I said leave!
Well, this
Date,
is
let's
decidedly
go. She is in no state to talk.
less.
Yeah, you're right.
Go to Abyss headquarters. Monday, 4:57 p.m. I returned to the boss's office to report, but I didn't see her anywhere.
Where did she go?
Well, she isn't always here, correct?
True.
I sat down in my usual seat and decided to wait for boss.
What are you doing?
I thought it would be easier to talk like this.
What do we have to talk about?
A summary of the investigation, perhaps?
What summary? We don't have anything new.
That's not true.
Huh?
I was curious, so I did some research. About number 89.
Desk. There are stickers all over the front. Come on, Mario. You usually have such a... Okay. What's 89's real name?
Unknown.
You don't know?
No such person is listed in the family registry. It is possible he is a foreigner, but his nationality is unknown.
He's
However,
from Djibouti.
I believe it is safe to say that he was born and raised in Japan.
He is possibly someone's... Ooh, what if he's So Sejima's son? That's an interesting thought. But does he have any children? Moving on. Who is 89?
As you know, he is an assassin with multiple confirmed kills. He is currently serving a sentence at Fuchu Prison. He was imprisoned 6 years ago.
That's what Pewter told us.
After his fourth murder, he was arrested by the police.
What's the relationship between number 89 and Shoko?
Unknown. I cannot determine if they have any connection. Approximately 1 month ago, Hitomi Sagan witnessed Shoko in Fuchu Prison's waiting room. I am unable to say for certain that the person she was there to visit was number 89. After all, Fuchu Prison...
But number 89 knew Shoko's name.
I know who killed Shoko Nadami.
That must mean that he knew her somehow.
It is possible.
Look, Iva's sitting on the desk. To be precise, the image of Iva sitting on the desk is being sent to my brain. What about 89 in the new Cyclops serial killings?
Pewter claims that there were 2 culprits behind the original serial killings. One was the former chairman of the Kumakuras, Rohan Kumakura.
But Rohan committed suicide last year.
That leaves 1 culprit still alive, number 89.
But number 89 couldn't possibly have committed these crimes. He was in jail when each of the murders occurred.
Correct. However, I do not believe it is accurate to claim that he had nothing to do with the incident.
I know who killed Shoko Nadami.
If he was telling the truth, his involvement is possible.
Let's talk to number 89.
Let's talk to number 89.
I don't know if he's telling the truth or if he's full of it. But he's our last remaining loose end.
All right. However, we need not go to him. We can bring him to us. If we plan on syncing with him, it would be more efficient.
Can you arrange that?
I can.
After cutting through some red tape, 89 was brought to HQ. He took considerable time to arrive, but for some reason, boss never showed up.
Sorry to interrupt your busy day, but I need you to tell me something. I'd appreciate your cooperation.
You know Shoko Nadami.
Yeah, I guess I do.
About a month ago, Shoko visited Fuchu Prison. Was she there to see you?
That's right.
What did you talk about?
Nothing special.
You're in no position to lie.
I'm not lying. She didn't come to hear me talk.
Then why did she come?
To meet me.
Meet you?
She probably just wanted to see me.
When did you first meet Shoko?
A long time ago. I don't remember exactly when.
What's your relationship to her?
A physical one. I'm kidding. She was just a business partner.
Where are you from?
Burkina Faso.
Burkina Faso is a republic in West Africa. Population 17 million.
I don't have time for your jokes.
What's your name?
Number 89.
Your real name?
I don't remember.
You're the original Cyclops killer, aren't you? Wait, can I see Pewter?
That's right. I was one of the culprits behind the case 6 years ago. One of the 2 Cyclops killers.
Who killed Shoko Nadami?
All right, let's get right down to it. 2 days ago, you called Investigation HQ and said, I know who killed Shoko Nadami.
That's right.
Who?
Hey, don't be so hasty. We haven't agreed on a deal. You're gonna let me out of prison, right?
It's done. You've got a deal.
All right. But to explain it properly, I need to tell you a story.
Of course
It might take some time. Is that all right with you?
I've got nothing but time.
Then let's get started. The story of a lonely assassin. Once upon a time, there was a detective, full of righteous justice. Let's call him F. F found the evils of the world intolerable. F had no parents, no siblings, and grew up in an orphanage since he was born. He suffered every kind of abuse imaginable there. It led him to despise all the evils of the world. One day, F was chasing a thug down at the harbor. Someone wanted for the assault and murder of women.
Okay, I get it. I'll just throw down my knife. Here. And you lower your gun. It's fine. I got nothing else on me. I'll go quietly. You know, I have a history with hospitals. I've been going to a special hospital for a while. Even if I get caught, it's all good. I'll come right back out again. What should I do next time? Just thinking about it gets me excited.
Emptied the whole clip. Fuck yeah.
The culprit was unarmed, but F never served a day in prison. The case went to trial for some time, but it was determined to be self-defense, and he was declared innocent. If the truth got out, it would be a huge scandal for the police. People at the upper level were terrified of what might happen, so they had evidence fabricated. F wasn't suspended or disciplined at all. After a while, he returned to his job like nothing happened. That was a turning point for him. He was ready to shed the morality that was weighing him down, holding him back. F still wanted justice, and he was willing to dispense it to the immoral one by one. He became an assassin, a lone gunman, no agent, no employer. He was his own man. F believed that he was judge, jury, and executioner.
He is the law.
But it didn't last long. One day, F got rid of a criminal we'll call X. X was responsible for defrauding and killing an innocent old man for his life insurance policy.
Oh.
Turns out, X had connections. Someone wasn't happy that he died. Rohan Kumakura, chairman of the Kumakuras. X was a top executive of the Kumakuras at the time. Rohan ordered his men to find and kidnap F.
I've done some research. I know you've cleaned up at least 18 pieces of scum from this earth. But somehow there hasn't been a single criminal investigation. They're all treated as suicides, accidents, or natural causes. Amazing work. I'm impressed. How about you work for us? Of course, you have the right to say no. But it'll be the last word out of your mouth.
F was trapped. Even if he somehow survived, he would be looking over his shoulder for the rest of his life. He had no choice but to take Rohan's offer.
Okay.
Thus, F's self-employment came to an end. He became a hired gun of the Kumakuras. Rohan even gave him a code name, Falco, named for the falcon, a bird of prey.
A falcon. Pretty interesting.
Falco didn't quit his job as a police officer, though. He worked as a detective by day, assassin by night, at the will of the organization. An ordinary killer would need motive to take a life, but not Falco. He did as he was told, one target after another. It didn't take long to destroy his heart completely. Time passed, and a few years back, Falco, who by this time was exhausted in body and spirit, made a fatal mistake. He missed his mark and ended up taking a bullet to the stomach. Somehow he managed to escape. After reaching a nearby shrine, his legs finally gave out under him. He had no strength left. He put his back up against the shrine and let out a moaning breath that he thought might be his last. But at that moment, in his darkening vision, he saw a woman approach him.
In the same exact
He watched
sweater.
her take out her phone and dial for help. At the same time, he heard footsteps. Footsteps of at least 2 people closing in. He knew immediately that they were after him. He sprung into action, grabbing the woman and pulling her close, kissing her to keep her from talking. That was the first encounter between Falco and the woman.
They showed a child being sawn in half, but kissing. No. We can't show that shit.
She was a teacher at some school. It was like she was from a totally different world than him. Listening to her talk, he would forget everything about his line of work. She was his only contact with the ordinary, mundane world. They met in secret a few more times, and Falco felt his heart grow warmer. Her smile and kindness were like a cold glass of water for Falco's parched heart. Falco started to become himself again, his former self. He swore on his life that from then on, he would live for her.
So, you want to go clean? Fine. Do as you please. You've done a lot for us. But there is one last thing. One final job I want you to do for me. It's nothing major. This woman and her daughter. I need you to dispose of them. Should be simple, no?
Rohan handed Falco a picture of a woman and a girl. It was the teacher Falco met at the shrine. And her daughter. She had just turned 12. Why the two of them? Rohan, as usual, never gave a reason. And Falco had no intention of carrying out the kill. But if he didn't, he knew that someone else would. He thought long and hard. How was he going to keep them safe and get out of the life of crime? He couldn't find an answer, no matter how hard he thought. He was backed into a corner. So, he decided to call on an old friend for help. And then...
Okay, it's Renju. Silence. For some reason, he wouldn't open his mouth again. Why did you stop?
Why did you stop?
He's not talking. You mentioned a detective?
You mentioned a detective. Was that the whole story?
What's the connection between that and Shoko?
What's the connection between that and Shoko?
Answer me.
Hey, answer me.
This is a transaction, remember? Until I get a guarantee that you'll uphold your end of the bargain, I'm not telling you anything else. I'll give you half up front, half later. If you want to hear the rest of my story, you better start the release procedures. Once they've cleared, I'll tell you everything.
Date, it is unlikely that number 89 will uphold his promise, even upon release.
Pewter.
Yes?
Start the preparations.
For what?
What do you think? The sink.
I have injected number 89 with the usual dosage. He will not be waking up anytime soon. Are you ready, Agent Date?
Yeah,
The time limit is 6 minutes.
I know.
Then let's begin.
Okay. Go! We're back here. Alright.
Sup?
No, not sup. Why are you sleeping on the job?
Because I want to, obviously.
Why are you getting mad at me?
Yeah, this rug feels so good on my skin, yeah.
Why are you suddenly a cat?
Playtime's over. Let's begin.
Then stand up.
Is this the Sagan residence?
It definitely is. But why?
Number 89. What were you up to? What? The green? I do not think I can pass through it.
Really wants to hide it, huh? Okay, new plan.
Somnium scan. Activate.
The phone. The green. The window. And the door.
This appears to correspond to the green thing.
Number 89 is hiding in the past. 89 is covered in a green membrane. I can't get close.
winter iris that blooms in the cold.
I know, I know.
It smells like a typical winter iris.
What does a typical iris smell like?
Elegant and gentle.
Can't you just tell me what it smells like?
I had to search online for a description, but could not find one.
Oh, right. I forgot about that.
A switch. But there are thorns around it. This switch again. Last time we handled it in a different manner.
That was then. This is now.
But there are thorns. You are aware that I am the one who feels the pain.
It's fine. It'll only hurt for a bit, then it'll be better.
Huh. Oh, it doesn't hurt. The light has turned on. A phone. Should I pick it up? What the? I fainted.
Agent Date, you've got 5 minutes.
It won't stop ringing. It stopped. What was that?
I don't know.
I guess it worked?
Agent Date, you've got 4 minutes.
A book. Yeah! Are you sure this will help us uncover number 89's secrets?
It might. We're getting closer.
There is some kind of liquid pooled on the floor.
Jump in.
Jump in, you say.
Jump in, Iba!
You do not have to shout.
Oh, well.
Oh, sorry.
I don't know why I listened to you.
Oh, come on.
There is some kind of...
Stick hand in.
Hmm? It is surprisingly deep.
Did you find anything?
Well... Oh! There is something.
What is
Cork.
What is this substance? Green tea?
It's obviously not green tea.
Perhaps it's jelly.
It's not jelly.
It's ringing again. What should I do?
Pick it up.
All right. Who is this? What the?
Okay, so we just have to ignore it.
I lost...
have 3 minutes, Dante.
Jesus. Ignore, and then we'll go back to... She's ignoring that call hard.
It stopped. Aren't you curious who was calling?
I am curious, but what if they threaten me for money?
You're a police officer. Have some backbone. I suppose we didn't do anything wrong.
At least you didn't faint.
Yeah, no shot. We're gonna have to retry.
Less than 1 minute. Hurry! Agent Date, you've got 4 minutes.
There is some...
Oh, shit.
Hmm?
Did you find anything?
What? There is... What?
It's up.
Perhaps...
It's not...
a book. Yeah! Are you sure this will help us uncover...
It might.
It's ringing again.
It was pretty good. How
What
about
should I
yourself,
do?
man? Welcome back. Welcome to, this. Alright, we need to save some time, so we'll use 1/4 of the time and ignore the call, which takes a moment to do. Look at this intense-ass ignoring that's going on. But yes, how was your Christmas? Hopefully fairly good.
It stopped. Aren't you curious who was calling?
I am curious, but what if they threaten me?
Oh yeah, we'll skip that. Alright, now we have plenty of time to actually move forward.
I suppose we...
At least you didn't faint.
Okay.
You have 3 minutes, Date.
It's a pot. Steam is rising from it. It appears to be some kind of green curry.
Yum.
Maybe a soybean stew?
It might also be boiled green juice.
Yeah, like a slime.
A turtle ninja could leap out at any moment.
A turtle ninja. That's all you can ask for. That's all you can ask for. I think I drank a 12-pack of beer and hung out with my nieces. They went batshit insane over the box of 48 assorted toys that were all brightly colored unicorns. They went absolutely nuts. But they're 4 and 2, so you know. We're gonna wear it.
What?
I told you to wear it.
Wear it? Alright, here I go.
okay?
I am fine, actually. In fact, I feel as though my defense has risen.
I'm a little worried about your head.
Why? My head is thoroughly protected.
Okay. Not sure if this is going to do anything extra.
A floor lamp.
Half the time, we'll kick it.
You better come up with a more intelligent solution.
Date, these are
All right.
a floor lamp.
You have less than 2 minutes. Hurry!
Okay, I need to go with the option that gives me something here. Let's turn it off. See if that does.
Easier said than done. I do not see a switch anywhere.
Really? Come on, look harder. Where's your motivation?
Okay.
I cannot find a floor lamp.
All right.
It is impossible.
Which is harder?
Let's hit each with a hammer to test.
I withdraw.
Damn it.
A floor lamp. Are you sure?
Yeah,
I mean,
go
it's
ahead.
the only option I got left.
Is this okay?
Looks okay.
We may have to restart this one. But
A book. Here I go.
this is probably the negative one.
What happened?
Nothing.
A book. Ha! I wonder what these books symbolize.
I don't know. Maybe he used to oversee a library?
Number 89. A librarian.
No, just a murderer and a cop.
What is that?
It's an eye.
Date, what are we going to do?
Close curtain. Crisis averted.
It left.
That eye.
Do you know something about it?
Yes.
Rohan.
It was kind of cute.
You are insane.
What? That's...
Hitomi? A book?
Tear.
Ah! What is this going to accomplish?
We're driving number 89 into a corner.
By tearing a book.
Yeah. I remember how shocked I felt when Mizuki tore up one of the porno mags I was hiding.
That situation was clearly different.
Less than 1 minute. Hurry!
A book.
This one's gonna be on the wire.
A green book. That seems familiar.
I do not think there is any relation to this.
All right. Guess it's nothing then.
A skull. I do not see the body.
Our options here are limited, so we'll go with... Let's see. Kiss.
I must be malfunctioning.
Just give it a little kissy.
I am seriously getting tired of your bone fetish.
That's odd.
No reaction.
Oh, but that was exciting.
Oh,
I do not need your report, thank you.
Date! 30 seconds!
It's Hitomi.
I'm only gonna do this because it gives me a 1/5 time, and I need that right
What?
now.
Kiss her.
You...
Bot.
like this? But why?
You are like one of my limbs, Aiba.
Yes.
Like an alter ego. An incarnation of me to kiss Hitomi.
Yes.
Then it's like me kissing Hitomi, right?
No.
You sure? Because that was making my heart rate rise. And another part of me, too.
Yeah, so this is the game I'm on right now?
Could it just be only your heart, please?
Alright, we'll get to where...
A skull.
Throw.
Would that not be disrespectful to the dead?
Dead? It's a hunk of calcium.
All right. Sorry about this.
Whose skull was this?
Unknown. I also cannot determine the connection to number 89.
Well, we're fucked either way, so...
It's Hitomi.
Fuck it. We'll see if this is the last one.
Understood. Hey! Hitomi! Hitomi! No use.
Could you try it again, but more in a fawning way?
I believe we should try something else.
But... fawning...
Let it go. Date, there's no...
Shit! This isn't good!
Yep. We're gonna have to restart. Start from a sync checkpoint. Music got dark for a second. I've never actually... Oh no, I did fail one.
A skull. Would that not be...
Dead.
Oh,
Yeah, let's go.
sorry about...
Well, that removed the skull from the whole process.
Whose skull?
Unknown.
I said 1 minute! Hurry!
A book.
Oh, shit. Oh, I can't retry at all.
Hito.
Okay, so we've tried all of these except for touch her and hug her. Let's try hug her. See if that helps.
Well, I suppose I will try it.
Hugs seem to be the answers to a lot of these.
She's hard.
Yeah, me too.
Hmm?
Sorry, nothing.
Damn.
It's Hito.
Touch her.
Where?
Well,
Oh my God.
maybe her.
Okay.
Her stomach, right?
Yeah. It's not like I'm touching her.
She's extremely hard. Perhaps due to her being stationary?
What did you say?
That she is stationary?
No, before that.
She's hard?
And Tomi is hard right now? Got it. That's useful information. Let's keep that in mind.
Oh my God.
Wait, I forgot. What's Tomi's condition right now? I totally lost it.
Could you stop messing around? Or would you like me to crush you with this vice?
Hey, relax. I was kidding.
Dante, 30 seconds.
A book. What is this going to accomplish?
We're driving number 89 in...
By terror.
Yeah.
That situation.
All right.
A book.
I think this will do it.
A green book. That seems familiar.
I do not think there is any relation to this.
All right. Guess it's nothing then.
Dante, you're out of time.
What? It's Hito.
Shit.
It's a ceiling fan.
Is that like a giant desk fan?
A desk fan only moves the air immediately around it, whereas a ceiling
Get the
fan
right one here, I might be able to
circulates
get
air in
it.
an entire room.
Oh, right.
Let's see what happens.
Blow on it. Ah. Oh.
Oh.
It did nothing. Okay.
Date, there's no.
Shit. This isn't good.
All right. Well, I've been live for 5 hours. It's almost midnight. It's about drink o'clock for me. So, I am going to call it a night. But before we do that, let's do this. All right, let's get some, let's get this out of the way so I can see what I'm doing. Let's get some outro music. Yeah. What am I feeling, though? You know what? We're going to make it interesting.
Don't try to act like you don't know.
All right.
We in the club all the time. It's a problem. Pop off. Shady aftermath.
Let's see who's on.
It's your birthday. We gon' party like it's your birthday. We gon' sip Bacardi like it's your birthday. Go shorty, it's your birthday. Go shorty.
who is live? You know who's live right now? Portimum. So we are going to check that out because Rocket League is a pretty hype game. I'm gonna chill for a minute. So we are going to go ahead and raid a channel. That will be Sunday. You know what? We're just gonna do this. We're just gonna copy. Alright, let's start the raid. Yeah, I'll be streaming Sunday. Oh well, let me. I will either be streaming New Year's or I'll be bartending a private event. Depends on how much it pays. Yeah. Ring in the new year with everybody. Put me on in the background. I'm probably not going to be playing a game. I might just be actually just fucking around with friends on stream. Might be fun. We'll combine parties. We'll make it fun. But yeah, that's it. I hope everybody had a good time. I enjoyed the hell out of my day. So, yeah. Let's see. How am I going to leave you? Here's a question for you. If you had to guess, what percentage of Jesus is in a communion wafer? And how many do you have to consume to eat one whole Jesus? Think about that. Sounds good, man. Catch you later.
Better than hanging by me.